Yes, sir. Good to go? Yeah.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Two things I just want to put on the record. The first is the prosecution sent to the defense last night a copy of the proposed jury instructions that the defense had sent to us. We added our comments and objections on the instructions were not agreed upon. And the next step, I believe, to move the process along would be to send those to the court. And I just wanted to check in with the defense and see if we could send those to the court.
Yeah.
Totally.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you.
So you'll see in those instructions, and again, these are the instructions the defense sent to us after receiving our first batch.
Okay.
We've added on the defense instructions anywhere where we have an objection to a particular instruction. The ones where you don't see any comments from the people are the ones where we agree upon the instruction.
Okay.
I would just note, there are some comments where they basically say they have the same one. So I assume that that's also kind of agreed upon by them, but that's the way I read it too, Judge.
Okay. All right. That's helpful. Thank you. Second thing?
Second thing is Mr. Dunn was kind enough to show me in advance 3 additional photos of the defendant that he plans to introduce through the defendant's brother, Mahmoud, who's going to be testifying this morning. Your Honor, we already have 3 photos of the defendant in evidence. I didn't object, just in an effort to move this along, and I understand counsel can put 1 or 2 photos in, but this will be a total of 6 now. We were putting 6 photos into the victims from their childhood up to right before the murder. The defense would be obviously objecting for appropriate reasons because it's improper and prejudicial and not relevant. So I'm going to object to the 3 photos that the defense plans to introduce this morning because they are completely improper, and ask the defense to rely upon the 3 photos that are already in evidence.
You want to respond?
Well, Judge, I mean, I think the court needs to hear the foundation, but what I'll say is these photos represent a period of time in Mr. Alissa's life. 2 of the photos prior to when his family started to see him exhibit syndromes of falling into the psychotic disorder that is schizophrenia. The last photo, which is marked as Defense Exhibit G, that is a photo from 2020. And that photo shows the difference in appearance that his family has been describing through testimony. I just said it, we're on Exhibit G. We haven't been flooding this court of the jury with photos of Mr. Alissa, but these photos are relevant and material and will help the jury in assessing sort of what his family is describing, which is the physical appearance and the way that he looked prior to the prodromal stage of schizophrenia and then post. So they're relevant, they're probative, they're helpful for the jury in assessing Mr. Alissa's state of mind, which, as we know, is the sole issue in this case. So I'll lay the foundation, but, you know, I think quite frankly, the objection is premature. I appreciate Mr. Doherty bringing this to the court's attention, but at the same time, Judge, it's relevant, it's probative. 403 doesn't apply. I didn't even hear that argument made, just that, you know, he doesn't like that there's more than 3 photos of Mr. Alissa that could be presented to the jury. That's not an evidentiary objection. That's just kind of an objection of not liking something.
Your Honor,
Yeah.
if I may,
Go ahead.
just to be more specific, E and F are photos that appear to show the defendant younger in age than he is in the photos that have already been introduced in evidence.
Well, sorry, go ahead.
And I think as to G, there's already been testimony about the defendant's appearance, and I think these photos at some point are unnecessary, inappropriate, and improper.
Okay. You can just lay the foundation and we'll go from there. All right. The biggest key is, why are they different? How are they different than what's previously been admitted? And I understand in terms of, I think you said G 2020, but we can address it then, but that's what I'm looking for.
The one thing I'll add, Judge, that I think is important here is E and F are from the same time period of People's Exhibit 321. The prosecution has injected this idea in this case that Mr. Alissa's illness somehow is incredible, or that, you know, in their People's Exhibit 321, that this was right around 2021, which is an exhibit that they introduced through Detective Sears. So E and F also have the purpose of not only showing the progression of this disease and illness in Mr. Alissa's life, which again, the jury's heard much testimony about, which the prosecution has taken the time to dispute, but further, it rebuts People's Exhibit 321 about the time frame. So I think that that's also important for the court to understand prior to me laying foundation.
All right. Bring the jury in, please. All right, please be seated. Morning. You will continue with Mr. Alissa's case. Go ahead, Mr. Dunn.
Thank you, Judge. The defense will call Mahmoud Alissa.
Morning, sir. If you'll just come around towards Mr. Dunn and then come to your left here, make your way up to this chair up here, okay? All right, you can set that down and I'll swear you in. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that any testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Make yourself comfortable. Get real close to that microphone so everyone can hear you.
Morning, Mr. Alissa.
Morning.
Could you just state and then spell your last name for the court?
So my name is Mahmoud Alissa, Alissa.
Thank you. And how old are you?
I am 22.
Okay. And where do you currently live?
I live in Arvada.
Okay.
Get a little close. I'm sorry to interrupt. A little closer to the microphone. Thank
I
you.
live in Arvada.
Okay. And who do you live with?
I live with my parents.
Okay. And what do you currently do for work?
I work with my family in the restaurants.
Okay. And how do you know Ahmad Alissa?
He is my brother,
Okay. Is he older or younger than you?
older,
Okay. By how many years?
3 years.
Okay. Mr. Alissa, you've never had to come to court before and testify like this, right?
Never.
Is it fair to say that today you're a little nervous?
Yes.
Okay. And that's natural, so don't be worried about it, okay?
Yeah.
So Ahmad is your brother who's 3 years old, right? Or 3 years older than you, right?
Yes.
So you've known him, fair to say, your entire life.
Yes.
Judge, can I approach with what's been marked Defense Exhibits E and F and then People's Exhibit 321?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Alissa, what I just handed you there that's been marked as Defense Exhibit C and F and then Prosecution Exhibit 321, are those 3 photographs?
Yes, these are 3 pictures. Yes.
Okay. So first I'll just have you describe what you see in Defense Exhibit E.
This was probably around 2016. It was our trip to New York. We were visiting my sister.
Okay. And is your brother there photographed in the far right of the frame?
Yes, he is.
Okay. And we'll talk about this as we go along, but you started to see changes in your brother around his senior year of high school. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So does this photograph capture Ahmad before you start to see those changes?
Correct. Yes.
Could you describe for the jury what you see in Defense Exhibit F?
This was it was him in Arvada West High School. We went to the same high school together. This was probably junior year.
Okay. So junior year for Ahmad. And again, we'll talk about this during your testimony, but is that about a year before you started to see changes in Ahmad's behavior?
Yes.
Okay. And then could you look at Prosecution Exhibit 321, please, sir?
This was same a field trip from Arvada West High School. It was him and his friends going to Red Rocks, and he took a picture with them.
Okay. And from what time frame is that photo taken?
This has to be also junior year, I believe.
Okay. So again, all three photos, it sounds like, are probably right before you started to see changes in Ahmad. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And are those fair and accurate representations of the way that Ahmad appeared during this time in his life?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, at this time I'd move to admit defense exhibit C and F, and then the prosecution's exhibit's already been admitted.
Mr. Dougherty?
Thank you, Your Honor. The people object to E and F, but from 2016 and 2017, they're irrelevant and cumulative. People's 321 was introduced simply to show that the phone the defendant had in his car on the day of the shooting actually belonged to the defendant.
I'm going to sustain the objection. It's cumulative and irrelevant.
Can I publish People's Exhibit 321?
Yes, sir.
So this is People's Exhibit 321 that you also have in front of you, but you can look at the screen, okay? And your testimony was that this was from a school field trip that Ahmad took in roughly 2017, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. We see him here photographed with two other boys.
Yeah.
Okay. And this looks like it's from Red Rocks, right?
Yes.
Now, you see that date, those two dates at the bottom that are to the right of created and accessed. Do you see those dates?
Yes.
Okay. And those dates say 2021, but your testimony is that this photo was actually taken in 2017. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So this shows Ahmad in 2017, right?
Yes. Yes.
All right.
Let me take it down.
So we touched on this a bit already, Mahmoud, but you started to see changes in Ahmad's behavior about a year later from then, when he was a senior in high school. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Would you describe just briefly for the jury some of those changes that you noticed in his behavior and what you sort of, what struck you as odd about those changes?
The first thing that started was withdrawing, cutting out friends, not talking as much. Those were the first things that came.
Okay. So his senior year, you saw him sort of withdraw from friends. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then withdrawal, what was he like at home during this time?
It was also the same thing at the house. He was withdrawing, just no more talking. He wasn't talkative anymore. He started withdrawing himself, staying in his room, not going out, not talking to family members or anything like that.
Okay. And he graduates on time from high school, right?
Yes,
Okay. And he doesn't go to college, is that correct?
that's correct.
Okay. And after high school, he started working at one of your family restaurants, right?
Right.
During this time, do you start to notice other changes or odd behaviors that Ahmad is displaying?
During that time when I was still in school and he started working, I was the one that took the Chevy Cruze to drive myself to school. And the key fob, that was the one that he broke because he believed there was a microchip in it. And so every time I would open up the car, I had to use the key and it would beep and then I would have to go and turn it on really quick. And so that was something odd that I seen during that time.
So when you say you had to use the key, you mean instead of sort of pressing the button on the key fob, you had to manually put the key?
I had to manually put the key because he broke it because he believed there was a microchip in it.
And that was going to be my next question. Did he ever explain to you why he broke that key fob?
He never explained to me why. He never explained to me why. And I never asked him.
Did he ever express any other sort of ideas or odd beliefs about microchips?
From what I can hear from my family during that time.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustain.
And you don't have to talk about things that you heard from other people, okay, Mahmoud? You only have to testify about things that you observed yourself, okay?
Okay.
So you know that Ahmad broke the key fob because he believed there's a microchip in it.
Yes.
And around this time when that occurred, is he talking? Is it still not speaking? What does that look like?
He was not talkative.
Would you have to engage him in conversation to even get him to talk?
Yes.
When he did speak, could you describe for the jury kind of, what that was like in terms of, how long he would speak or what he would speak about?
So, can you describe like at what timeline specifically?
Sure. So talking about a time kind of when you're still in high school, okay? And Ahmad has graduated. And around the time also when he's starting to, talk about the FBI and things like that, okay?
Yeah. So around that time specifically, it was there was less talking. So he could form sentences, but it was little. Like he would only talk little. It got worse as it continued.
And since you brought up as it continued, what did that look like?
It looked like to the point that he was incapable of making a sentence.
Okay. And describe what you mean when you say he was like incapable of making a sentence, if that's how it looked like to you.
So after graduating high school around 2020 to 2021, when I would talk to him, there was mumbling, extreme mumbling and less talkative. So he wouldn't talk at all. And then when I would try to talk to him, he would mumble.
And did the mumbling make sense to you, or what was sort of your impression of what Ahmad was saying?
It made no sense to me.
In that time period, you said is sort of 2020 to 2021. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. With regard to this sort of idea that we've touched on a little bit with him being followed by the FBI, were there sort of other ways that you perceived Ahmad to be experiencing paranoia?
So can you repeat the question?
Sure. Outside of talking about being followed by the FBI, were there other ways that Ahmad displayed that maybe he was experiencing paranoia?
For me, I haven't seen him experience paranoia. That is one thing I've never experienced.
Were you aware of him talk about being followed?
I was aware. Yes.
Already been asked and answered by the witness, and I think we'll call him for hearsay.
Foundation.
Did Ahmad ever display behaviors with you that made you think that he thought he was being followed?
Not with me personally.
And again, you're 3 years younger than Ahmad, right?
Yes.
You weren't with him all the time, correct?
Correct.
Okay. When you were at home with him, though, what was his emotional affect like?
It depends on the timeline. So after 2019, he was different before 2019. So after 2019, he was emotionless. But before 2019, he had emotions. So
And when you say emotionless, like, could you just describe that a little bit? I know that it sounds so obvious, but I think it's helpful for the jury to understand kind of what that actually looked like.
I would say probably just like a numb face, no sad or anger or anything like that. It was just no emotion.
And was that consistent in your observations of your brother during that time?
After 2019, yes.
Now, after you graduated high school, what did you do?
I graduated high school. I worked in a different restaurant because we had multiple, and I worked in a different one. And I didn't go to the same restaurant until 2021 with with my brother.
And when you did start working at the same restaurant as Ahmad in 2021, what were your observations of him at work?
Sloppy, forgetfulness a lot, uh, not talkative, like he was there but not there in a sense.
And I'll ask you about being sloppy and forgetful, but when you say it was like he was there and not there, like what sort of informs that statement that you just made?
Sometimes I would see him talking to himself. And sometimes when I would talk to him, he wouldn't like listen. Like when I would call his name, he wouldn't answer or anything like that. There's house, he was not there.
So sometimes you would talk to him and even say his name and he wouldn't acknowledge you talking to him.
Yeah, yes.
You also said that he was sloppy. Could you sort of give the jury some idea of what you mean when you say he was sloppy?
He would forget the fryer overnight. He would forget to turn it off. He would forget about orders. Sometimes he would forget about the rice. Sometimes the rice was very burnt when he would do it. These were very sloppy in that sense.
Okay. So Ahmad had been working at the restaurant full time since he graduated high school, right?
Yeah, correct.
And you talked about him forgetting to turn the fryers off. That's something that would have to be done every night. Am I correct in assuming that?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So he's been working this job for at the point when you started working with him in 2021, then for several years, right?
Correct.
And it sounds like he's forgetting to do something that you'd have to routinely do every single night.
Yes.
You talked about him burning rice.
Yeah.
Okay. You don't have to talk about, the specific line items on your menu, but is it fair for me to assume that rice is kind of a staple dish that's served at the family restaurant?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So rice is a dish that's made quite frequently, right?
Yeah, every day.
Fair to say that, you become pretty adept if you're the cook at making rice,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
But Ahmad in 2021 had this very common dish that's made is burning it.
Yes.
Okay. Did those things strike you as odd?
Yes, it did strike me as odd.
You talked about him seeing him talk to himself. Okay. And seeing that at work, it sounds like.
Yeah, I've seen it at work.
Okay. You also saw him laugh to himself, though, correct?
Correct.
So in this 2020-21 period, you start working at the same restaurant Ahmad is, correct?
Yes.
So then you're starting to see him more frequently, right?
Yes.
Because we've heard testimony about this. Your family owns a few restaurants in the metro area, right?
Yes.
And it sounds like to keep those restaurants going, pretty much everyone in the family is working a lot.
Yes.
So even, let's say when you're at home with what? How many siblings are living at home at the time of 2020, 2021?
2020. I have to count.
Take your time, because that's a really difficult question for me to ask you in this spot, because I know how many people lived in your home and also that's 4 years ago.
So just the siblings only?
Well, your mother and father lived there, right?
Yeah.
And your grandmother lived there too.
Yes.
Okay. And then you had
And,
siblings there.
5 siblings were living at that house at the time.
Okay. 5 of your siblings.
Yes.
Okay. So it sounds like 2020, 2021, 9 people are living at your home.
Yes.
Okay. So you're working really hard. You are during that time, right?
Yeah.
And we're talking about running restaurants sort of during this COVID time too.
Yeah, it was during COVID time as well, yes.
Am I fair in kind of summarizing that as a difficult time to try to keep restaurants going?
Yeah, yes, it was.
So then you do, though, towards this 2021 period, you're starting to work with your brother, right?
Yeah,
You're starting to see him more.
yeah,
You're starting to notice more things that you have described for the jury as odd.
yes.
I want to talk to you specifically now about the morning of March 22nd, 2021. Okay.
Okay,
Did you work that day?
I did.
Okay. And when you worked, at some point, did you kind of come home in the middle of the day for a break?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And around what time did you do that?
Probably either 1 or 2.
Okay. So you come home sometime around 1, 2 o'clock, probably somewhere in between there, right?
Yeah,
And again, I'm not asking for precise times because I know that this is 4 years ago, right?
yeah,
Is it fair to say that when you say 1 or 2, you're just giving a ballpark estimation?
yes,
So you come home March 22nd, 2021, around this time, and this is for a break for yourself from work, right?
yeah.
Okay. And did you see your brother Ahmad when you came home?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Where did you see him?
I saw him in the bathroom.
Okay. And when you saw him in the bathroom, did you notice anything odd or strange about what he was doing?
He was talking to himself, and there was some laughing to himself.
Okay. Did you ask him about that?
I didn't ask him about that, but then he saw me.
Okay.
And so for the conversation, he was like, "Oh, you're here?" And I just said, "Yeah, I'm here." And then I just walked to my room.
Okay. So you saw him in the bathroom. You saw him talking and laughing to himself. He saw you. He said, "Oh, you're here."
Yeah.
And then you just walked away. Okay. Go ahead.
Yes, 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 yes.
So Mahmoud, 2021, March 22nd, 2021, you were 18 years old, is that right?
Yeah, I was 18.
Okay. And prior to today in court, was that the last time that you saw your brother?
Yes.
Based on the observations that you had made of your brother, particularly these few months in 2021 when you were working with him, and based on what you saw that morning, or excuse me, that early afternoon, is it your opinion that Ahmad was capable of knowing right from wrong?
Was he capable of knowing right from wrong? No,
And why do you say no?
because he was incapable of forming sentences during that time. Around the time when I started seeing him in 2021, he was it was like extreme different from him during high school. He would speak low, he had mumbling, he had a lot of forgetfulness, and he was extremely sloppy.
And I started by showing you and the jury some photos of him sort of before he started to show these signs that sounds like progressively got worse and worse over time. Okay. But Judge, can I approach?
Yes, sir.
Mahmoud, I just handed you another photo, okay?
Yeah.
And could you describe for the jury sort of what you're looking at in that photo?
This was him probably around 2021
Okay. And where is he at?
at the Sultan Grove.
Okay. And does that photo fairly and accurately depict what Ahmad looked like in 2021?
Yeah,
Judge, I'd move to admit at this time Defense Exhibit G.
No objection to this one, Your Honor.
All right, G is admitted.
Judge, may I apologize for
Yes, sir.
So Mahmoud, what we see here is Ahmad at the family restaurant sometime in 2021, is that right? Yeah. Is it fair to say that he's gained a fair amount of weight?
Yes.
Okay. And we've heard other family members testify about sort of, his head getting bigger. Is that kind of what we're seeing here in this photo too?
Yes.
Okay. So does this photo then show the physical changes that Ahmad went through in 2021 that also sort of are paralleling these changes that you're seeing in his behavior?
Yes.
Mahmoud, I just have a few more questions, okay?
Okay.
Like I started with, you're really nervous kind of coming in here today, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And prior to today, when this was the first day of trial, you actually turned on the live stream, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And that was the absolute first day of trial, right?
Correct.
Okay. And has you watching that influenced what you've told this jury today at all?
No.
Okay. And is that something that you just disclosed right before testifying this morning?
Yes.
Okay. And you did that because you knew that you shouldn't have done that, right?
Yeah. After knowing, I stopped.
Okay. And that doesn't, though, at all impact your observations of your brother in 2021, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that doesn't at all change your opinion about his ability to know right from wrong on March 22nd, 2021, does it?
Yes.
I have no other questions at this time, Judge.
Okay, Mr. Dougherty?
The photo that we were just looking at on the screen there was your brother when he was 22 years old.
Probably 22, 21 years old. Yes.
So it's fair to say he grew up and grew physically from when he was 17 to 22.
From 17 to 22 to this degree is not like that because I'm 22 years old right now. I grew up from 2017. I kind of look still the same.
Your body, hair, physique, nothing's changed from 17 to 22.
I guess I had more facial hair.
We could take down G, thanks. So you watched the live stream on the first day of trial?
I did.
Okay, you know you weren't supposed to do that, right?
Yes.
And what did you see on the live stream?
Just the witnesses. I guess opening statement.
So you saw the opening statement that we gave to the jury about what your brother had done, what evidence we had?
Yes.
You watched that entire thing,
Yes.
even though you know you weren't supposed to, right?
So that was probably 12 days ago. It was probably 11 days ago. And I was told not to do it on Monday.
Isn't there a warning when you go on the live stream that says witnesses are not supposed to watch this?
I didn't see that.
So you watched the opening and then you watched the witnesses for that day as well.
Yes.
And now you're here testifying about the mass shooting that your brother committed on March 22nd, 2021.
Yes.
So I'm going to ask you some questions about that, okay?
Yeah.
Fair to say when you found out about it, you were shocked,
Yes.
you were upset,
Yes.
you had no idea your brother was planning to do it,
Yes.
family devastated by it,
Yes.
ashamed by it,
Yes.
and looking for answers as to why your brother did it.
Yes.
And in fact, you spoke with the investigators from the FBI about why he might have done it, right?
Why he might have done it. I don't know the reason why he might have done it.
And you spoke with the FBI investigators about how families almost never know why the person did it. Do you recall that conversation?
No, I don't.
And then in discussing it, you and your family talked about mental health concerns you had about the defendant, your brother, right?
For me, I didn't talk to them about anything with mental health, probably my family.
Okay. But you were talking about it after the shooting.
We were talking about it after talking with the doctors.
And fair to say you don't want anything bad to happen to your brother.
I want what's right to happen.
And so you want what's right to happen. Okay. When did you speak with the doctors, by the way?
This was before the trial.
Okay. You spoke with the doctors.
Yes.
Okay.
And my family spoke with the doctors as well.
What doctor did you speak with?
We all had a meeting with Dr. Gray and Dr. Torres.
And during that meeting, do you recall telling Dr. Gray and Dr. Torres that you believe the FBI was actually following your family?
I'm not sure about that.
Do you think it's memorable to have a conversation with doctors from the state hospital?
Was it memorable to have a conversation with them? Yes.
And it was just a couple months ago, a few months ago.
Yeah. But
And do you think it's noteworthy if you believe the FBI is following you and your family?
I think it's noteworthy. Yeah, you can say that.
Do you recall telling the doctors that you and your family believed you actually were being followed by the FBI?
For religious reasons, yes.
Okay, so you did, putting aside the reasons for a moment, and I'm not insinuating you're doing anything wrong, but I just want to confirm, you told the doctors that you did believe the FBI was following you and your family.
I can't confirm that because I can't remember.
You just said yes for religious reasons, but now you're saying you can't confirm it because you don't remember.
I said yes for religious reasons, but I can't confirm if I told them.
But okay. So just to clarify this, as you're sitting here today under oath, you do and did believe that the FBI was following you and your family for religious reasons or otherwise.
Okay, I don't have evidence for that.
Sir, I'm not looking to get into a battle about this. I'm just asking you to tell the truth, as you said you're here to do.
Okay.
Did you believe that the FBI was following your family?
I will keep it at a maybe.
Okay. And do you recall sharing that with the doctors from the state hospital?
I don't recall.
And you've told the jury, and I think it's really significant, about the day of the murders, you seeing your brother talking to himself and laughing to himself in the bathroom, right?
Yes.
And was he saying things that you can make sense of or talking gibberish?
Gibberish.
Assuming for a moment that story is true,
Judge, objection, argumentative, improper.
Sustained.
so you see your brother talking gibberish in the bathroom and laughing to himself. Fair to say that's very, very concerning.
Was that very, very, very concerning? Concerning in what way specifically?
Well, he's your brother, right?
Yes.
You love him.
Yes.
You don't want to see anything bad happen to him.
Of course.
You're walking by the bathroom. He's in the bathroom. You see him. He's looking in the mirror. He's talking in words you can't understand and he's laughing. And I'm asking you, was that concerning to you?
I guess I was born in the USA, and I guess in America we have a saying that if it's not harming anyone, it's fine. So it wasn't like I think he was violent by doing that. So there wasn't any concern in that sense.
So it's your sworn testimony to the jury. You see him talking gibberish, laughing to himself in the bathroom, but it's not at all concerning to you in that moment because you're
In a sense for violence
just for anything, sir.
or anything, maybe substance abuse, probably. maybe he was doing marijuana or something. That was a concern.
Did you text any family member at that moment to say, hey, I just saw our brother, your son, in the bathroom talking gibberish?
So for something like alcohol or something like marijuana, you probably don't want to tell the family about that.
I'm going to ask you a number of questions, and if you could answer, if they call for a yes or no answer, I'm going to ask you to answer yes or no, okay?
Okay.
Did you call or text any family member about what you saw in the bathroom?
No.
Did you reach out to the police?
No.
Would you agree with me that being quiet and withdrawn is one thing, but laughing and talking gibberish to oneself is another?
Yes.
And yet you didn't take his car keys from him that day, right?
Yes.
You didn't take his guns away from him that day.
So this is a problem. I don't know he had guns.
Okay, sorry. I was assuming you knew. You did not know he had guns.
I did not know he had guns.
Okay. You didn't stay with him.
No.
Would you agree with me? Those were all things you would do for your brother if you actually saw him talking gibberish and laughing in the mirror in the bathroom?
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Sure. Those are all things you would have done for one of your brothers if you saw them talking gibberish and laughing to themselves in the bathroom that day.
Objection, confusing, compound, speculative.
Overruled.
So I'm supposed to answer the question. You might tell me what were the things that I was supposed to do?
I can't testify, but I'm going to refer you to the questions I just asked you. You didn't call your family, right?
Yeah.
You didn't text your family.
Yeah.
You didn't say, hey, I'm going to take you to the doctor.
Yeah.
You didn't say, hey, something's going on with you, whether it's marijuana, what you just said, or mental health. I got to take your keys from you. You didn't do that.
Yeah, because I was the younger brother.
Okay. You didn't take any action at that moment in time to make sure that he was safe and okay.
Because there was no evidence for him being violent
At all,
at all,
to himself or to others.
to himself and to others.
And when you met with the FBI investigators who came to your house after the shooting, you shared this with them?
I can't recall that. I'm sorry, sir.
Well, do you recall telling them that he was talking gibberish in the mirror and laughing to himself in the bathroom?
I can't recall that.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection if I played for you the video clip from March 28th from minute 2024 through 2149, where you have that exact conversation with the FBI and mention nothing at all about talking gibberish or laughing to himself in the bathroom?
Okay, sure.
Yes, sir.
We're going to put a video clip on the screen from March 28th, 2021, which was the second interview that you had with the FBI. And I'll talk about the first one in a minute, but this is the second interview.
The head thing, the thing I just described, that was it last week.
I actually even saw him. I even saw him, you know, on Monday. One day, somewhere around like 1:30. You know, really close to the accident. The thing is that he just looked like he was in a normal state.
Normal state.
That sleep that I told you about.
Is normal.
Yes, his normal states.
Okay.
And he looked like it was just a normal day. It was a day off. He looked completely normal. Like it was completely. Yeah, it was just a normal day. You would not expect something like this. No one expects something like this.
So that morning, you woke up, had breakfast. We heard that he had tea, woke up, everything was normal. Who did he drive to work that day?
You drove that brother.
Muhammad. Okay. And then he came back to the house.
Yeah, 1:30. And then from 1:30 to like 1:40, I was at the house.
Okay.
I saw him and he was in that normal state that we talked about. And so, like, there was nothing wrong.
Did you talk to him?
He just said, I don't want to see through here. And I was like, yeah, well,
You didn't share with the FBI on March 25th, March 28th, that he was talking gibberish and laughing to himself that morning at all. Is that right?
But I believe I told them he was talking to himself.
When you met with the FBI and the investigators, we just saw this clip here. Is it your testimony that you told them on March 28th that you saw him in the bathroom talking gibberish and laughing to himself?
Judge, objection. He's not asked, he needs to ask him specifically about that clip, but also too, what we saw in that clip was he said he was in that normal state, that one that I told you about.
Oh, and I'll
So
come,
in fairness, Mr. Doherty is misleading the jury with this question and he's confusing Mr. Alissa. That's clearly not what he was saying. He was talking about what he had already described to the FBI.
Your Honor, I'm prepared to break it down.
All right, do so, please. The objection's overruled.
You didn't share with the FBI or the investigators on March 28th that you saw your brother on March 22nd, the morning of the shooting, talking gibberish and laughing to himself. Did you?
I guess they never asked me that question.
You just watched the video clip where they say, in essence, how was he that day? And then we saw your answer. Am I right?
His normal state.
Yes. And we'll talk about his normal state. His normal state, when you referred to it earlier, you referred to something that you and your brother, as you described to the investigators, each had experienced, which is what you thought was maladaptive daydreaming. Recall that?
Yes, I do.
Maladaptive daydreaming, you can explain to the investigators, used a good movie reference, Secret Life of Walter Mitty. Remember that conversation?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember the movie Secret Life of Walter Mitty?
I have watched probably like half of it.
Watched half of it.
Yeah.
And in that movie, the part that you watched, the maladaptive daydreaming, starring Ben Stiller, he will be standing at the subway station and he misses the subway because he's having a really powerful daydream. Like the woman at work he wants to impress by possibly saving a puppy from a fire. You remember that scene?
Yes.
And the whole movie's about this guy who just had a really powerful, positive daydream. So powerful that he checks out. Remember that? I know you're not, you need to answer. But you need to answer aloud.
Oh, yes. Yes.
And you told the FBI and the investigators that you and the defendant, in his normal state, would sometimes check out. You thought he even had it more than you and just have powerful daydreams. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. That's what you're referring to in this video clip when you're saying, like I told you, his normal state. He would check out and have powerful daydreams.
So I'm not a doctor. I can't diagnose anybody, but that right there is a sign that there is something mentally wrong with him.
And you shared with the FBI that you had the same thing going on with you, right?
Yeah,
And you're not a doctor, I know, right?
yeah.
And that's why you're actually not qualified to say someone's capable of knowing the difference between wrong and right.
Objection.
Sustained.
Improper misstatement of the law as well.
Sustained.
Would you agree with me that what you just said is true, that you're not a doctor and you're not qualified to make a diagnosis?
Objection, same objection.
Sustained.
But you tell this story about the talking gibberish and laughing because you want to help your brother, right?
No,
And you tell this story that you didn't share with the FBI that day because you also want to help your family. Am I right?
no.
What
I
you,
wanted to help them. I gave them my phone. I let them search my room.
what you said to law enforcement on that day, would you agree with me, was much different than the story about talking gibberish and laughing to himself?
Objection to the form of the question as a story. That's argumentative. That's improper.
Rephrase the question.
Would you agree with me that what you shared on your direct testimony about talking gibberish and laughing is different than what we see in the video clip from the conversations with the FBI that day?
So for the FBI, maybe I may have forgot to tell them that, but I made sure to give them the full make sure they get the full understanding and the full comprehension.
Right. And you did your very best to do that, to give
Yeah.
them full understanding.
Full understanding.
But you'd agree that you maybe forgot to put in, to share the part that you shared here today.
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
You talked on direct testimony about your brother going through changes in high school. Do you recall that? And after high school?
I don't recall to who specifically.
Sorry, sir. Earlier today in
Oh,
court.
today. Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Fair to say your brother also became mean during that same time period, and that's one of the changes you noticed?
Objection, 401, 403.
Overruled.
So, I guess because I was his younger brother, he was kind of like he was an older brother to me, so he was kind of picky on me. And this was before 2019, like 2017, 2016, 2014. He was, I guess, like embarrassed of me. So this was before before that change that we talk about. Because when I told the FBI about that, I wanted to give them like a biography of him. I wanted to make sure, let me give you everything.
One of the changes you told the FBI about, yes or no, was that your brother became more mean during that time period. Is that right?
Specifically, what time period?
Time period where you're talking about changes. When you spoke to the FBI about it, you also included that your brother became more mean. Do you recall telling them that?
Maybe, yes.
Do you recall adding he became progressively more meaner during that time period?
More meaner? Maybe, yes.
Do you recall telling the investigators on another occasion that he was an angry person during that time of change?
Objection, 401, 403, 404.
Overruled.
So I have to answer the question.
Judge, this needs to be specific in terms of the time frame when Mr. Doherty's asking
Yeah,
the
that
questions.
has.
Sir, I'm
If you
fol-
could talk about the years.
Sure. You talked on direct with Mr. Dunn about the time where the defendant, your brother, was changing. Do you recall that testimony?
That's what today.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And you recall when you spoke to the FBI about the changes, you also included that your brother became an angry person.
I become an angry person. This was in high school.
Do you recall telling the investigators that when your brother was confronted with an issue, he would explode?
Yeah, that was in high school.
That was during the same time period you talked about on direct when he was changing.
No,
During the time before the mass shooting, fair to say your brother maintained a normal sleep schedule?
when the mass shooting. Um, I can't really recall it because I don't know when he sleeps and when he wakes up and stuff.
You re- Okay. Do you recall him maintaining a normal eating regimen?
No,
Do you recall him showering every day?
no,
You don't recall him showering every day?
don't recall showering every day.
Do you recall telling the investigators at 20 minutes and 4 seconds of the interview that he was showering every day?
They never asked me.
Well, whether they asked or not, do you recall sharing that with them?
I don't think so.
So if it's on the video at 20 minutes and 4 seconds, it's what?
It's on the video in 20 minutes and 4 seconds means that I can't remember everything in that conversation 3 years ago.
Fair to say, in 2021, sir, your brother was showing mental health issues. Agreed. But he was still functioning, am I right?
So I'm not a doctor. Tell me that.
I can't tell me which part, that he had mental health issues or that he was functioning? Or both?
Both.
Okay, so you can't testify to the jury that he had mental health issues or that he was functioning during this time period.
Yeah,
But
I'm not a doctor. I'm not an expert. I'm sorry.
he was working at the Salt and Grill as a cook.
Yeah.
And on direct, you said he was forgetting to turn off the fryer, forgetting orders. Do you remember the conversation about rice from direct testimony, sir?
On the rice?
The co-
Today?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Do you recall telling Detective Sadara with the FBI, with the Boulder Police Department, that your brother was a good worker and a good cook?
Good worker and a good cook. What year was that I told them that?
2020 to 2021, sir?
The Boulder Police Department. I think I only was investigated by the FBI. I don't think about the Boulder Police. I don't think they investigated me.
So do you recall telling investigators who were there, talking to you, that your brother was a good worker and a good cook?
Is he a good worker and a good cook? I guess in a sense, yes.
And you did not share with them anything in these full, long discussions you wanted to have with them about him forgetting to turn off the fryer, for getting the cooking orders and burning the rice. Am I right?
I felt like that was something that they didn't need. Because when they're investigating, they only care about reasons or motives or why. They're not caring if he was a good cook or not. You know what I mean? They only care about his motives and what was the reason. So during those times, I can't just mention something to them. They ask, they're investigating, I give them what they need.
You talked with them about how the day before the mass shooting, you spoke with your brother by phone. Am I right?
Which brother?
The defendant, sir. I'm sorry.
I speak with him by phone. I can't recall that, sir. I'm sorry.
Do you recall having a conversation with your brother on the Sunday, the day before the mass shooting? You called him for advice on how to cook a particular meal?
No.
You don't recall talking with the investigators about him talking with you about how to make fava beans?
Sorry, I can't recall that, sir. I'm sorry.
And then, and we're almost done, sir. You already testified about this, but you didn't know that your brother had any guns. Am I right?
So guns.
Yes, earlier today you testified you didn't know if,
So this is plural. I saw an assault rifle.
so
Yeah.
you saw him with an assault rifle.
Yes.
You thought it was a new hobby of his?
Yes.
You didn't have any concerns about it, am I right?
Honestly, there was no concerns because there was no indication for violence.
None at all.
None at all.
And you knew that he had practiced with the assault rifle, am I right?
So I go to the shooting range, but
Okay.
I never went with him and I don't know about that.
Do you recall telling the investigators that you believed and had been aware that your brother had practiced with the assault rifle?
I'm not so sure. I can't recall.
Well, as you sit here now, do you recall him owning an assault rifle?
Yes.
Do you recall him practicing with the assault rifle?
Never seen him.
And you don't recall speaking with the investigators about it?
I can't recall about that. Yeah.
You were unaware of the other purchases he was making and the other purchases he was making during the time period before the mass shooting, and I mean from January through March of 2021.
Yeah, I was unaware.
If you had been aware, fair to say you would have caught on that he was planning something?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Would you agree with me that when you see the purchases and the planning, it's clear he was going to do something?
Objection,
Sustained.
If he had told you what he was doing, what he was buying, you would have stopped him.
objection, calls for speculation, improper 401, 403.
Sustained.
Do you recall talking to the FBI about if you knew what your brother was doing, you would have taken some action?
I was talking about the FBI. I knew what he was doing. I would have taken some action. The issue is this is like a I think it's called like a straw man argument. The reason is it didn't happen. So there is no what ifs. There is what happened and the reasoning. So I can't get a what if in a sense because I can't just in a sense determine what I would do. You make a plan, it doesn't go as planned, you know what I mean? So I can't just do a what if. I'm sorry.
Recall telling the FBI and the investigators that if you knew what your brother was buying and planning, you would have taken action to stop.
I've taken actions to stop him.
I'm just asking if you recall telling the investigators that, sir.
I don't recall that.
He did not share with you. In fact, he hid from you the purchases he was making. Is that right?
Objection, this has been asked and answered.
Overruled.
So the house is pretty big. And I don't go to his room. There is a basement I barely see. There's rooms that I barely see. To say someone was hiding something, the house is just too big.
He didn't share those things with you, right?
No, he shared nothing with me.
You were not aware of it.
I was not aware.
You don't feel responsible for what he did that day.
I don't feel responsible for what he did that day.
And you would agree with me that what he did was his actions.
This is why there's the court. This is what they're doing now. I'm not a jury. I can't decide that.
Do you recall telling the FBI that what he did was his responsibility and his actions?
I can't recall. I can't recall that.
But you'd agree with me that the conversations that you had with the FBI and the investigators were recorded, right?
Yeah, it was recorded.
And if at 34 minutes and 14 seconds, you're on the video saying, I'm not responsible, those are his actions, what would you say about that video recording? Is it fair and accurate?
Is it fair and accurate? So, I mean, we're gonna have to look at the full picture at the time. In cases like this, you have to tell them because it's something serious. And you have to make sure that the FBI knows and their investigation that you have nothing to do with it.
And in the video clip we did play, you referred to the mass shooting as an accident. What do you mean by that?
as an accident. I mean, what I recall by telling the FBI is that, you know, these things, they happen a lot in America, but I didn't expect it happening to us.
Because you had no idea your brother could ever harm himself or others, right? That's your testimony?
Yeah, and seriously, there was no evidence of him harming others or himself because,
Right.
Isn't it true, though, in 17 minutes and 3 seconds in the video, you just told the FBI the worst that he could ever do would be to take his own life? That's what you thought would be the worst he would do.
You have to answer out loud.
yes.
So you actually recognized there was some potential there that your brother could harm himself.
That is, again, it's a what if, you know what I mean?
I'm sorry. I'm not asking you what if. I'm asking you if that's what you told the investigators.
That's what I told the investigators.
Even though earlier today you said you had no idea that he could ever harm himself.
Can you repeat the question?
I'm actually I can move on, sir. If you'd actually seen him talking gibberish and laughing in the bathroom, which you never told the investigators, you would have done something. Am I right?
So there was,
Objection, calls for speculation again.
Overruled.
Questions improper.
oh, so it's overruled, so I have to answer. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Can you repeat the question, sir?
You didn't take any action when you saw him on March 22nd. Am I right?
I saw him on March 22nd because of the speaking gibberish.
Which is what you testified.
Yes,
today. Yes.
Yeah. So he was probably drinking alcohol or probably smoking weed. That's what I assumed.
So is your testimony that your brother was drinking during that time period?
So during that time, I was drinking. My older brother was drinking. He's not testifying, and I'm not sure if he was or he wasn't. But this is what I would assume. Probably weed.
You're here today in part in saying that what happened was caused due to your brother's mental health issues, right?
Can you repeat the question, sir?
Sure. You're testifying. You testified, excuse me, that your brother was not capable of knowing right from wrong and incapable of forming sentences. That's what you said on the stand earlier
Yeah,
today.
today. Yes.
Obviously, at the time, assuming you believe that your brother was incapable of knowing the difference between right and wrong and incapable of forming sentences, you would feel terrible about what happened to him on March 22nd, 2021.
Well, yes.
And yet you've never visited them at the jail, am I right?
Yes.
You've never visited them at the state hospital.
Yes.
You've never written them a single letter.
Yes. Because he wouldn't allow us to.
He wouldn't allow you to write a letter and send it to him.
Yeah, he wouldn't allow us to visit.
That's because deep down, you know that your brother is actually responsible for his actions, as you told the FBI.
I know deep down he's responsible for his actions. Sure, he's responsible for his actions, but can you answer the question as to why he did it?
That's a great point. That brings me to my final question. You watched the defense opening on live stream, am I right?
Yeah.
And you watched them say they should be able to answer the why, right?
They should be.
And that's why you now tell the jury, because you watched the defense opening on live stream, even though you weren't supposed to, they should focus on the why, right?
Yeah, they should focus on the why.
Even though you're aware that that's not a question that the prosecution has to prove in any murder case, right?
I was not aware.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Mr. Dunn?
Judge, I have no further questions and this witness is excused from our subpoena.
All right, thank you. So you're free to leave and you're also released from your subpoena.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Your next witness?
Your Honor, the defense next calls Dr. Ahmad Adi.
Good morning, sir. If you'll make your way up to this chair that's to my right, just kind of keep coming to your left. Thank you. And I will swear you in before you take a seat. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that any testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please have a seat. Make yourself comfortable and get nice and close to that microphone, please.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state your full name and spell your last name?
Of course. It's Dr. Ahmad Adi, last name Adi.
And Dr. Adi, how are you currently employed?
I currently work as an assistant professor in psychiatry at the University of Colorado. I'm also the associate director for the Forensic Psychiatry Fellowship at the University of Colorado.
Can you just briefly explain to the jury kind of what your day-to-day looks like for you?
Of course. So I work as a psychiatrist, both in clinical psychiatry as well as forensic psychiatry. So 4 days a week, I'm in clinic seeing patients, and that's either at the University of Colorado Clinic or at the Department of Corrections. And then the rest of the time is available for me for forensic evaluations and consultations.
Now, the jury's heard from a number of forensic psychiatrists and psychologists that have either evaluated or treated Mr. Alissa over the past 3.5 years. Have you ever evaluated Mr. Alissa?
No,
Okay. Have you ever treated him?
no,
Have you ever met Mr. Alissa?
no.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury then why you're here to testify?
Of course. So I was asked to come here as a blind expert in cultural psychiatry, which means that I am here to help answer any questions or address any issues about mental health and in different cultures, specifically Middle Eastern cultures, and how that could be different from United States culture.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about why you're qualified as an expert in cultural psychiatry, specifically in Middle Eastern culture. Tell the jury about your life experiences that qualifies you as an expert.
Of course. So I myself come from a Syrian background. Both my parents are Syrian. I grew up in the Middle East in Saudi Arabia. I went to medical school in Saudi Arabia before moving to the United States. And hence I'm on a personal level, very familiar with Middle Eastern and Arab cultures. I also work at the Immigrant and Refugee Mental Health Clinic or program at the university. I apologize. I work at the Immigrant and Refugee Mental Health Program at the University of Colorado, where I currently work as an outpatient psychiatrist, and I see mostly Arabic-speaking patients.
Tell us a little bit more about what you do in the Immigration and Refugee Clinic.
Of course. So I work as a staff psychiatrist in that clinic. So with my patients, I treat various mental illnesses, and I do treatment both with medications as well as psychotherapy.
And because of your, you speak Arabic, correct?
I do, yes.
And so do you typically work with individuals who are also Arabic speaking?
Usually, yes.
Okay, in that particular role at that clinic?
Correct.
Okay. And then are you also on the board of the National Board of Society for Study of Psychiatry Culture?
I am, yes.
And can you tell us a little bit about that?
Of course. So I have been a board member of a national organization called the Society for Study of Psychiatry and Culture. It is a group of psychiatrists all around the country who are interested in cultural aspects of mental illness and how that presents and how to best address that in treatment.
Okay. So you've told the jury a little bit about your life experiences. You mentioned that your parents are Syrian.
Correct.
And that you grew up in Saudi Arabia.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then throughout your career, we've talked about some other areas that you continue to work in the Middle Eastern people.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So let's just have you tell the jury a little bit about your educational background.
Of course. So as I mentioned, I went to medical school in Saudi Arabia. I went to Al Faisal University in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Medical school in the Middle East is considered a combined undergraduate and graduate program. So this was a 7-year program. I graduated in 2014 with my medical degree. After that, I moved to the United States. I attended the Johns Hopkins School of Public Health.
I'm gonna have
where-
you slow down a little bit.
Oh, I'm sorry again.
It's all right.
I attended the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, where I graduated with a master in public health in 2015. During that year, I also attended an online program at Harvard Medical School, where I graduated with a graduate certificate in clinical research. Afterwards, I did my general psychiatry residency training at Duke University in North Carolina, and that was a 4-year training program. I graduated that in 2019. And then afterwards, I came here to Colorado, where I did my training in forensic psychiatry at the University of Colorado, graduated that in 2020, and I stayed on as faculty afterwards.
Are you a member of any professional organizations?
I am, yes. So I'm a member of the American Psychiatric Association. I'm also a member of the American Academy of Psychiatry and Law. And like I mentioned, I'm on the board of the Society for Study of Psychiatry and Culture.
How about your current major committee and service responsibilities? Can you explain those to the jury?
Of course. So part of my committee and service responsibilities include serving on the national board of the Society of Study of Psychiatry and Culture. I'm also on several educational committees at the University of Colorado, including the Graduate Medical Education Council.
Have you testified as an expert before?
I have, yes.
Okay. Fair to say that's in your role as a forensic psychiatrist?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Have you ever testified in the area of cultural psychiatry?
No.
Your Honor, at this time I move to qualify Dr. Adi as an expert in cultural psychiatry, including perceptions, misunderstandings, and the stigma of mental health in Middle Eastern cultures.
Do you wish to voir dire?
Just very briefly, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
How are you today?
I'm good, thank you.
So if qualified by the court as an expert in cultural psychiatry, this will be your first time as an expert in this particular area?
This would be my first time testifying as an expert in that area, yes.
Your Honor, in light of Dr. Adi's overall experience, I don't have any objection.
He'll be qualified as an expert in cultural psychiatry and touching on those issues that Ms. Harold just mentioned.
So you told the jury that you've never met with Mr. Alissa, correct?
Correct.
And you've also mentioned that you're testifying today as a blind expert.
Correct.
Can you explain to the jury what a blind expert is?
Of course. So a blind expert, my understanding, so it's an expert who has not been provided with much information, if at all, about the case that I'm testifying in. So I have not received any information regarding police reports, for example, or evaluators or any psychiatric records for this case. The only things I know about it is what I read in the news at the time it happened. At this time, as a blind expert, I cannot say anything specific to this case, to Mr. Alissa. However, I am here to answer any questions about mental illness in the Middle East, perceptions of mental illness in the Middle East, and help clarify the context in which those symptoms occur.
Okay. And you mentioned my understanding. Fair to say that you typically don't testify as a blind expert.
Correct.
Normally you're testifying in your role as a forensic psychiatrist, so you've been immersed in the case.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. But you're here to try and help the jury understand maybe some other evidence that they heard over the course of the trial due to your expertise in Middle Eastern culture.
Correct.
Okay. So I want to move on then and have you talk a little bit about just generally cultural surroundings of mental health in Syria and other Middle Eastern cultures, some of the perceptions that they have.
Of course. So one of the biggest things that we see working in cultural psychiatry, especially individuals from Middle Eastern background, is that mental illness typically is very heavily stigmatized in the Middle East. And stigma here can mean shame, can mean internal feelings of failure, can mean sort of an inaccurate or incorrect understanding of what mental health symptoms are and that those might be related to mental health. Individuals in the Middle East typically have access to less services when it comes to mental health compared to the average individual here in the United States. And as a result of the stigma, as a result of cultural context, as well as things like religious context as well, their understanding of symptoms is going to be different than the average person here.
And so you mentioned stigma as being a reason that they may have a different perception generally of mental health or mental health symptoms. Can you just share a little bit more about kind of what those stigmas can look at? You mentioned a couple, but just generally within a family or within their community, how that stigma may affect them.
Of course. So typically an individual from a Middle Eastern background, if they do experience symptoms of mental illness, regardless of what those symptoms might be, their first thought is usually not, I am having a mental health problem. And a lot of that is related to the stigma. So there's a big fear in Middle Eastern cultures about how an individual might be perceived by their community. A very common fear I hear is people are worried about being perceived as, quote, crazy when they are having symptoms specifically related to mental illness. Many times individuals with mental health problems may perceive these problems as personal failures rather than a health problem. They may also perceive it as not being religious enough or not doing their religious duties as well as they should. There is also a lot of fear about, well, what will people say about us? And this has to do with social stigma about mental illness. So individuals, even if they do share it with close members of the family, they're often directly or indirectly advised to not talk about it with anybody else and not bring it up with anybody else due to fear of stigma.
And is it fair to say, in your experience, that it's valid to be concerned about some of these stigmas? So, for example, what I'm trying to inarticulately ask you is, you mentioned there's fear of, what your community might think of you. There's fear they might think you're crazy. In Middle Eastern cultures, can there actually be negative things that happen to individuals who are mentally ill or their families if they have someone who's mentally ill?
Yes, absolutely. So, and that's part of the fear of, quote, people talking about them or what will people say. Oftentimes individuals will be really scared about being rejected by their communities or being ostracized by their communities due to either having a mental illness or mental health problems themselves or someone close to them having a mental health problem. Middle Eastern cultures typically tend to be very collective, meaning the family sort of functions as one unit rather than individuals in that family functioning by themselves. And hence these fears of the entire family being shunned out are valid.
And so if you had someone in your family who was mentally ill and you had a role within your community, let's say, for example, you own a number of restaurants, would you maybe have fear if your community found out that someone in your family was mentally ill, that they may not go to your restaurants anymore?
It is possible, yes.
Okay. Is there a difference in how mental health may be perceived if it's a woman versus a man in Middle Eastern cultures?
Usually, yes.
Can you talk to us a little bit about that?
Of course. So in Middle Eastern cultures, gender norms are more rigid compared to United States cultures. There are certain expectations of the men in the family and certain expectations of the women in the family. In the literature, in research, as well as my own experience in clinic, typically men have a harder time verbalizing or telling others that they are struggling with mental health symptoms. Much of that is related to the gender role or the perceived societal role of quote, men are leaders and they're leaders of their families, they're leaders of the people around them, and hence they are not to show signs of weakness. And hence, in my experience, as well as the research, it does show that men tend to have higher levels of shame and stigma around mental illness.
And that was just going to be my question, is that the stigmas you just talked to us about are greater concerns for men than women in Middle Eastern cultures?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Another component you talked about how mental health may be perceived or impacted is due to religion. Can you talk to us a little bit about that?
Of course. So many individuals in the Middle East may attribute their mental health symptoms to not being religious enough or lapsing in their religious duties. As a result, many individuals who may approach trusted ones or family members about their mental health symptoms may get told to pray more or may get told to go consult with a religious leader in the community, like an imam or a sheikh. And hence religion, or at least perceptions of religion within mental illness, affect people's ability to verbalize their concerns and seek help.
Can family members or others within the culture perceive mental illness as some punishment from God in some way, as what you're talking about?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And what about being possessed? Is that an explanation for people of why someone may be exhibiting symptoms of mental illness?
Potentially, yes. So it's not uncommon at all for individuals to attribute symptoms of mental health to possessions, either by demonic possessions or jinn or hexes or witchcraft. Oftentimes in the literature, we refer to that as explanatory models of mental illness, which means how are people conceptually, or how are people thinking about the causes of their symptoms? And demonic possessions or evil spirits is a common component.
So if someone were to start to see a family member change, so say maybe doing odd behaviors, talking to themselves, seeing things that aren't there, for them it may be you're possessed by a jinn or you're not praying enough, but they try to make an excuse for what they're seeing.
That is correct. Yes, that's fair to say.
Okay. And so what Americanized people may think is, oh my gosh, you're quote crazy, or there's clearly a mental health thing going on here. That may be perceived very different in a Middle Eastern culture.
That's correct. That's lower on their list of things that they're thinking about.
Now, are these perceptions and misunderstandings surrounding mental illness that you've shared with us still present in today's Middle Eastern culture?
Yes.
Okay. And fair to say that immigrant families here in the U.S. may still have these perceptions and misunderstandings surrounding mental illness?
Yes.
Okay. What are some reasons you're aware of why immigrated families retain these perceptions and misunderstandings?
So there are many reasons related to that. Most commonly in my experience is that oftentimes when individuals from Middle Eastern countries move or immigrate to the United States, they often make friends from the same country or community that they were part of before moving to the United States. So if you're not being exposed to elements of the United States culture about mental illness, you're unlikely or less likely to change your views on mental illness and how that is perceived or handled.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Adi. I have no further questions.
Good morning again, Doctor.
Good morning.
All right.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right. Ready to bring the jury in?
The people are, yes, Your Honor. Thank
Thanks, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. All right, please be seated. Doctor, I'll remind you that you remain under oath and you're doing a great job slowing it down, so thank you.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
And Doctor, the court reporter reminded me that both you and I speak quickly. So if we could unite and try to speak slower.
Will do.
All right, thank you. You've been previously qualified as an expert in forensic psychiatry, am I right?
That's correct, yes.
You're a certified forensic psychiatrist.
I am. I'm board certified.
And that means you've worked on that intersection between mental health and law.
That's correct, yes.
And you've done sanity evaluations in the past,
I have, yes.
but you've not done a sanity evaluation or been requested to do one in this case.
That's correct, yes.
And to be clear, you have no opinion on this defendant's sanity on March 22nd, 2021.
Correct. I have no opinion on that.
Instead, you're here testifying today about the, fair to say, cultural barriers.
Yes, that's correct.
And those barriers exist and they might keep a family from recognizing or acting on mental health issues.
That's correct, yes.
And as a result, a family member may or individual may end up accessing fewer or zero mental health services when they need them.
That's correct, yes.
And that's particularly important because people need to go see a doctor in order to be diagnosed accurately, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And to diagnose someone accurately requires years of training,
That's correct, yes.
especially because mental illness, like any other form of illness, can take on a lot of different forms,
That's correct, yes.
not all of which, of course, rises to the level of insanity, legal insanity.
Yes, that's correct.
And that's why we have expert doctors who do this work,
Correct.
as opposed to having family members diagnose individuals.
Yes, that's correct.
In fact, if we take it away from mental health for a moment, can I ask you a hypothetical?
Sure.
Let's say we have two brothers who've known each other their whole lives. And one brother knows the other better than anyone else in the world. And they go to dinner and the brother says, "Hey, I'm looking at your ear. You have skin cancer." You would agree with me that the brother with the ear, well, they all have ears here, but the brother with the ear in question shouldn't go and start getting chemo the next day, right?
Correct. They should go see a doctor about it the next day.
That's because the doctor who specializes in skin and skin cancer is the one who should actually diagnose the person.
Yes, that's correct.
And if that doctor, upon hearing the dinner table diagnosis, were to laugh and say, "You actually need to just start wearing a hat when you run in the winter," would that be a surprise to you?
I'm sorry, can you say that again? I'm
Sure.
not
In other words, the doctor is the one who gives the accurate diagnosis.
Yes, that's correct.
Can't tell or judge whether someone actually is sick or mentally ill just by looking at a person if you're not an expert.
Correct, yes.
There are, and you may articulate this better than I'm about to, but there are cultural practices or beliefs that impact mental health and mental health treatment, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And you've talked about how you've specialized in Middle Eastern people.
That's correct, yes.
But fair to say, in your experience, you're familiar with cultural barriers and cultural psychiatry across, just generally speaking as well.
I am familiar with it, yeah.
And those cultural barriers, for example, or cultural, I should say, practices, customs, can also, as an example, impact suicide.
Yes, that's correct.
So individuals in different countries and different cultures may be less likely or more likely to take their own lives.
Yes, that's correct.
Even if you have someone who wants to die, if they're from a particular country or region, they may have cultural customs and practices that make them less likely or more likely to take their own life.
Correct. There are many cultural and potentially religious elements that would impact topics like suicide.
For example, Syria has among the lowest suicide rate in the entire world.
Correct.
Among 100,000 people in Syria, 1.95 would take their own lives.
I'm not familiar with the most recent statistics. However, I will also add, though, that some of these suicide statistics from countries in the Middle East may not be entirely accurate, as there is a strong stigma against suicide, and these statistics may not actually reflect all the suicides.
So the data is important, but
Correct.
just when you look at the data, you'd agree with me that Syria has among the lowest suicide rates in the entire world.
Correct, yes.
The worldwide average being about 9 per 100,000.
Yes,
Syria is at 1.95. Average worldwide is 9.
that sounds correct, yes.
United States, 17.9%.
That's correct.
So just to spell this out in terms of the data, let's say you have a person of Syrian origin, person of Irish origin, where the average is 9 per 100,000. And then someone born in the United States, where the average is roughly 18 at 100,000. And all three of them want to die. You'd agree with me that based on the data, a person of Syrian origin is the least likely to take their own lives.
Based on the data, yes.
That obviously depends on a number of factors though, right?
That's correct, yes.
And you used the word on direct, or Ms. Harold used it, but either way, Americanized is the word.
Yes, like Americanized or Western views of mental illness.
And meaning when one is exposed to the elements of American culture, mental health, treatment, and so on.
Correct, yes.
And fair to say there are factors that lead to assimilation or cultural transformation when someone moves to a country.
Yes, of course.
So, for example, someone moving here 22 years ago as opposed to 2 years ago.
Yes, you would expect the person who moved here a long time ago to have assimilated more.
Similarly, what someone's employment is has an impact on whether they've assimilated or not.
Correct, usually, yes.
So, for example, someone working in or a family owning a restaurant might be more assimilated with American culture than someone who's working as a nighttime security guard in a place where there's generally no people.
I would say potentially. I think it depends a little bit on the restaurant and the clientele, but potentially, yes.
Okay. But the reason you say potentially yes is to the restaurant, is that because the restaurant has to comply with rules, regulations, business codes, vendor agreements, menu ordering, everything that a restaurant has to do to succeed?
Correct. Individuals working at a restaurant would have more interactions with people who are not from that culture.
Would you agree with me that a family that has demonstrated success in their business reflects that they have some understanding of Western culture, the place where they're living and working?
I would say some understanding, yes, not necessarily mental health related.
Okay. Socioeconomic status matters in terms of assimilation, right?
It does, yes.
Another factor would be if a family member had gone for counseling, treatment, and medication in the past,
Correct, yes.
or family members had been, you talked about religion on direct, do you recall that?
Yes.
And if a family was in fact not very religious at all, that would be a factor, right?
Usually, yes. However, I will also add, even if an individual themselves is not religious, the religiosity of the community that they exist in also matters.
Also, how much health care they receive.
Can you clarify what you mean?
Sure, I'm sorry. So let's say you have someone who's been in the country 20 years and they've gone to the doctor 20 times. They go for their checkups, they go when they're sick, and they're so on. As opposed to someone who's in the country 20 years and just basically refuses to ever go to a doctor.
Yes.
The person who sees the general practice doctor more often is becoming more assimilated into American culture and American medicine.
Typically, yes. However, I will say psychiatrists and mental health doctors are typically more stigmatized compared to other doctors.
Okay. Also, whether the person has gone to an American school
Yes,
as opposed to being homeschooled, for example.
correct, yes.
Whether the person participated in extracurricular activities such as being on a wrestling team or other extracurricular activity.
Overall, compared to someone who has not been to school or participated in any activities, I would say they would potentially be more assimilated, but it would depend on the individual case.
And you'd agree with me that even amongst American families, so a family that's been born and all of them raised in the United States, that they may have their own self-imposed barriers to mental health treatment.
Yes, of course.
So some of the things that we see, that you see in your work, are certainly based on cultural customs, I agree, but some are just based on how a family operates and what their own philosophy and approach is.
Yes, absolutely. So both the context and the individuals are important.
So for example, we have other mass shootings in the United States where the shooters are American, right?
Correct.
Born and raised in the United States.
Mhm.
Didn't
Yes.
come here as a baby, but instead were born here, right?
Yes.
And fair to say almost always the family had no idea that the mass shooting was going to take place.
I can't really speak to that because I haven't been involved in many mass shooting cases.
Fair to say, though, in terms of mental health treatment or lack thereof, that's also a very American issue as well.
Correct, yes.
And that not going for treatment would crosses all cultures.
Yes, that's correct.
Although you've made the point of saying Middle Eastern culture in particular has some struggles with this.
Yes, the stigma around mental illness in the Middle East tends to be worse than it is here, as in from my own experiences as someone who lived in both the Middle East and in the United States.
But my question for you, though, understanding that, is that family dysfunction or lack of mental health treatment is something that's an American experience as well.
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that if a family has been in the United States for a lengthy period of time and gone to American schools and succeeded in American business, that they've made a number of transitions indicating they've assimilated to American culture.
I would say generally speaking, yes.
Your Honor, I have nothing further for the doctor. Thank you, doctor.
Thank you.
Just a few follow-up questions, Dr. Audi. You were asked about this hypothetical with regards to ear cancer
Yes.
and whether or not someone pointing out something that was causing them concern and getting them to the doctor may or may not be important. So I want to ask some follow-ups with regards to that. And Mr. Doherty had mentioned that a non-medical person cannot diagnose someone necessarily with the disease they may have.
Correct.
Okay. Would you agree, however, though, that you don't need a medical degree to see symptoms of a disease?
That's true, yes.
Would you agree that you don't need a medical degree to see symptoms of a mental illness?
You don't need a medical degree to see the symptoms.
And we know that you're an expert in forensic psychiatry. Have you treated people with schizophrenia?
I have, yes.
Okay. And so you're well aware of the evolution of how schizophrenia presents itself over time?
I am, yes.
And in your expert opinion, would you say that non-medical people are able to observe symptoms of schizophrenia?
Sorry, doctor. Objection, Your Honor. Schizophrenia was not raised on direct and it's outside the scope of the cross.
Ms. Harold?
Your Honor, it's within the questions that he proposed. He said mentally ill. This is the symptomology of it was somehow alluded to that you have to be an expert in order to diagnose someone and see mental health symptoms. And all I'm trying to get from Dr. Audi is
As to non-medical people are able to observe symptoms of schizophrenia.
that means you can answer my question.
Yes, so individuals can and do observe symptoms of schizophrenia. Oftentimes, we as experts actually seek out this information from other family members to see what they have observed, as individuals with schizophrenia themselves may not have a good ability to recognize their own symptoms.
And have you experienced that family members or people surrounding someone who is exhibiting these symptoms may not realize that this person is suffering from a serious and chronic mental illness?
Correct. Family members often don't know what this is from.
And as you told us on direct, in Middle Eastern cultures, oftentimes because of the stigma that surrounds their culture, they may think it's something completely different.
Yes.
And you talked about whether or not they may think they're possessed or it's a jinn, and that's how they explain to themselves why their family member is acting the way they're acting.
Correct. Yes.
You were asked a number of questions with regards to acclimation into Western culture if you are from the Middle East. So I want to just ask you a couple follow-ups with regards to that. One of the things that Mr. Doherty asked you about is if someone is demonstrating success, that means they should have a better understanding somehow of American culture. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you had said something, well, yes, or said something. Your answer said that they may have some understanding, but not necessarily related to mental health.
Correct. Yes.
What did you mean by that, or what were you trying to tell us?
So just as mental health and mental illness symptoms are heavily stigmatized in the Middle East and people don't talk about them very often, it is not, they're less stigmatized here, but still stigmatized nevertheless. And with that in mind, just because someone has lived in the country for a long time or assimilated to other aspects of the culture does not necessarily mean that they have come to a good understanding of mental health symptoms or what mental health, the importance of mental health or what that looks like.
So if a Middle Eastern family moves to the United States or some other Western country and they bring their entire family and are all living together in the same home and all working together at the same restaurants, do you think it's possible that they may not acclimate or be as integrated into the Western culture as, say, someone who comes here by themselves and goes to college?
I would say overall, in general, yes.
And we talked a little bit on direct about kind of how culturally oftentimes Middle Eastern families work. Is this hierarchy that may be different than Western culture? Do you recall that?
Yes.
Can you just share with the jury kind of culturally how a typical Middle Eastern family would work if there's, say, multiple, if the family's all living together, the parents are living there, the grandmother's living there, and many of their children are all living there, how that may work?
Objection, Your Honor, outside the scope of the cross.
I don't believe it was, Your Honor. There was a number of questions surrounding this in the context of someone acclimating to Western culture and what factors may or may not affect that acclimation. And I think whether or not a family is still living very Eastern versus Western is important and within the scope.
If I may. I didn't ask any questions on cross about the hierarchy of the family or the structure of the family. I never touched on that at all, so I think it's outside the bounds of the cross.
He absolutely talked about family and the stigma surrounding when he was going through the.
Give me just a second.
Sure, Judge.
The objection's overruled, but can you rephrase the question? It's somewhat complicated.
Yes, Your Honor. So, Dr. Adi, what I'm trying to get at is, do Middle Eastern families structurally within the family differ from Western families typically?
Typically they do, yes.
And can you explain that to the jury?
Of course. So Middle Eastern families tend to have more hierarchies in them than American or United States families. Typically, men or males are seen to be in the positions of power or the positions of leadership in those families. US or Western culture oftentimes discusses individualization for someone as someone is getting older, as a teenager, that they're individualizing and separating from the family and sort of doing their own thing. While that is does not happen as commonly in the Middle East, and many times actually actively discouraged. So hence in Middle Eastern family structures, it is thought that there's usually a leader, and that's usually the father of the family. And then the rest of the family members sort of have their own roles, let's say, in the family. Typically with the children, the male children tend to get more attention than the female children. And part of that has to do with sort of like who's succeeding the father, so to speak, as the leader of the family.
And so can there be a greater concern for maybe a father or the oldest son in that hypothetical surrounding possible stigmas that the community may have if someone is mentally ill within the family?
Absolutely, yes. And
In particularly if it's another male who is mentally ill within the family.
yes, absolutely.
Thank you, Dr. Adi. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, sir. You're released from your subpoena. Good to go.
Thank you so much.
Your next witness, Mr. Dunn.
Thank you, Judge. The defense calls Dr. Joshua Hatfield.
Morning, doctor. If you can come forward and just go to your left, make your way to this black chair to my right. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that any testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Go ahead and have a seat.
Let you get settled for a second. Good morning, doctor.
Good morning.
Could you just state and then spell your last name for the court?
Yes, Joshua Hatfield, Hatfield.
And Dr. Hatfield, what do you do for a living?
I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist, so I practice psychology here in Colorado.
Okay. And just by way of some basic introduction for the jury as to why you're here today, were you asked by the defense to evaluate Mr. Alissa?
Yes, I was asked to perform some consultations, offer some observations for the defendant over the course of a couple of months back in 2021.
And that's based on your work as a clinical forensic psychologist?
Correct, yes.
And when you say 2021, was that roughly from March 29th of 2021 through August 2021?
Yes, I believe August 31st.
August 31st. Thank you, doctor. Okay. All right. So I want to talk briefly just about your educational background, all right?
Sure.
Could you describe for the jury your educational background and the degrees that you were able to obtain?
Yes, I attended college throughout all my degrees at East Tennessee State University. I got a bachelor's in clinical psychology, a master's in clinical psychology, and then subsequently a PhD in clinical psychology. Before the PhD, I completed a year-long internship in a federal prison in Butner, North Carolina, where I received training specific to forensic evaluations. And then following my degree for the PhD, I went to Emory, which is in Atlanta, and did a year-long forensic postdoctoral fellowship. So it's a specific year-long training just focused on forensic psychology.
And that was a postdoctoral fellowship that was a year long. Did you sort of have any specific work that you did during that postdoctoral fellowship?
Yes, so I did things like competency to proceed evaluations, sanity evaluations, and also performed clinical services in a jail-based restoration program. for individuals found incompetent to proceed. We just provided education, medication, that sort of thing within that program at the jail in Atlanta.
So even during your schooling period, it sounds like you worked in a prison setting and in a jail setting.
Yes.
Okay. And then after receiving your doctorate, what did you do?
So after the postdoctoral fellowship in Atlanta, I actually moved out to Colorado and started a private practice and also got a full-time job as an evaluator for the state here doing forensic evaluations. So competency evaluations, sanity evaluations, mental condition evaluations for the state hospital, essentially.
Okay. And we've heard testimony from other witnesses about sort of the state hospital. So it sounds like you have components of working in private practice and also being retained for court-ordered evaluations. Is that fair?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Do you have any other clinical experience outside of private practice and working for court-ordered evaluations?
Yes, so I worked for the state doing evaluations until about 2019. At that point, I took on the role of the clinical director for the Boulder RISE program, which is another jail-based restoration program for competency. And that was here in the Boulder County Jail. So I worked that for about 2 years, 2.5 years. And the whole time I've kind of maintained a private practice. I have contracts with a few of the psychiatric hospitals here in Colorado. So places like Centennial Peaks, Highlands Behavioral Health, and Denver Springs. I perform their psychological testing for their patients.
Okay. And understanding that psychological testing is kind of part and parcel of doing clinical and forensic psychology, could you just sort of describe for the jury what that looks like?
Yeah, so a couple things that I test for pretty frequently in the hospital sector would be things like people's intelligence, so IQ testing, performing diagnostic testing to make sure that providers know sort of what to focus on in terms of treatment. I also do assessments when they think that patients might be exaggerating symptoms. And some screenings for other sort of impairments, perhaps for like TBIs and that sort of thing. TBIs, traumatic brain injuries, I'm sorry.
I was going to say some acronyms will be lost on folks.
I apologize. Yes.
No, you're okay. You're okay. And Dr. Hatfield, have you testified as an expert before?
I have. I've testified in Atlanta a couple times. I testified in a federal case that I worked when I was on my internship there. And then I've testified numerous times here in Colorado.
Okay. If you had to, well, first, where have you testified in Colorado?
Probably the majority of the larger counties here, Jefferson, Boulder, Denver, Colorado Springs, which is El Paso County. So several different counties here in Colorado.
And how many times have you testified as an expert in forensic psychology?
Ballpark, I would say 20, somewhere around 20.
Judge, at this time, I'd move to admit Dr. Hatfield and qualify him as an expert in forensic psychology.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, he will be qualified. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. So, Doctor, as I first explained, you're hired by the defense in this case, right?
Correct.
Okay. That means that essentially the defense team reached out, contacted you, and asked you to do work pertaining to Mr. Alissa. Is that right?
That is accurate, yes.
Okay. And you testified that you first met Mr. Alissa March 29th of 2021, correct?
Correct. I believe it was about 7 days, right around a week after the incident.
Okay. So the defense team reaches out to you. It sounds like shortly thereafter the mass shooting.
I received a call from Dan King. I think he's retired since then, but he was part of the defense team at the time.
And you were ultimately hired to meet with Mr. Alissa and note your observations of him.
Correct.
Okay. And fair to say you didn't do this out of charity or the kindness of your heart, right?
Correct. I got paid.
You were paid. And how much were you paid for your work in this case?
So I charge what the state approves, the state rate, which at the time was $150 an hour. It's since went up to $177 an hour. I believe at the end of the day, I charged for 24 hours and the total bill came to $3,600 for that amount of time.
Okay. And again, that's for the work that you performed from March 29th, 2021 through August 31st, 2021. Is that right?
Yes, for everything that I did in the case.
Okay. And talking about that, you met with and interviewed Mr. Alissa several times, right?
Yeah, I think 8 times.
Okay. And those interviews ranged in sort of length from 25 minutes to an hour and a half.
Yes, it really just depended on how much he could tolerate actually sitting with me.
Okay. Could you talk about what you mean when you say it depended on how much he could tolerate it?
Yeah, the phrase that usually comes to mind in kind of describing this is when you sit with somebody and you're trying to get information and you say, it's like trying to pull teeth from someone. That's how it kind of frequently felt. I would ask questions and either not get a response or get a very minimal response. Sometimes he had asked, if we were finished and would want to leave. But typically it was really trying to ask questions over and over and over and getting very little back in response from Mr. Alissa.
Okay. And what you just described, was that typical of your experience with Mr. Alissa from March 29th, 2021 through August 31st of 2021?
Yes, it was typical. There were points towards maybe the last 2 or so interviews where it was, again, like sort of a minimal addition. He was maybe a little bit more verbal, but again, he was still very much, wouldn't elaborate on his responses, was very difficult to get any sort of detail about any questions from him. So yes, it was typical.
Is it possible that maybe that flowed from the fact that that was the 7th and 8th time you were meeting with him?
Yes, possibly.
Now, none of these interviews that you did with Mr. Alissa are recorded, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And for the sort of evaluation that you were doing, which was not, to be clear, a mental status or sanity evaluation, recording, that's not typical, is it?
No, in Colorado, the statute requests that sanity evaluations be recorded if they reach a certain level. I think it's an F2 or an F1. But that's only for the purpose of a sanity evaluation, which I did not conduct in this case. My meetings with him were for consultation.
I'm sorry. I'm just going to make sure that the court order that's already in place is followed by the witness and counsel on this topic.
It appears to be at this point. Thank you.
So you were saying, and
And
for
to be
purpose,
clear, I think he got cut off. So the meetings with him were for consultation.
exactly, I was trying to just loop to that. Thank you, Judge Doss. And again, you were meeting with Mr. Alissa for purposes of consultation, right?
Correct, yes.
To know your observations.
Yes.
And for that sort of consultation and evaluation, it's not typically recorded, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you did not simply just meet with Mr. Alissa, you also reviewed what I'll broadly refer to as collateral materials, right?
Yes.
Okay. That took the form of, again, we're talking about 2021. Police reports that you had access to, right?
Yes, discovery for the case.
The complaint, which sort of lists the charges that Mr. Alissa is charged with by the prosecution, right?
Correct.
Okay. Video that was available at that time from the prosecution related to the incident itself.
Yes.
Jail records, correct?
Yes, from Broomfield and Boulder.
And we'll talk about Broomfield here in a second. And then also reports related to investigation that happened subsequent to the shooting.
Yeah, a lot of interviews, I believe, with the family.
And also medical records, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you mentioned from the Broomfield jail. Is that where you first met Mr. Alissa then on March 31st, 2021?
Yes, the first meeting I had with him was at the Broomfield County Jail.
And Doctor, I want you to just describe for the jury, when you walked in and met Mr. Alissa for the first time, what observations were you able to make?
The first time that I walked in, again, he was at the Broomfield County Jail. They had transferred him over there for security purposes, I think under an alias, given the nature of the case. The first impressions I had, I was introduced by Mr. Dunn to to some of the other people on the defense team, but we were waiting on medical to finish treating his gunshot wound that he suffered during the event. And sort of the first impressions I have was, he's dressed in a suicide smock that we typically use in the jail when someone's on watch, suicide watch precautions, and completely just sort of looked vacant, very flat affect, very unemotional. The nurse is treating his gunshot wound. His smock is, there's no clothing underneath his smock. He was completely exposed and didn't seem to have any sort of worries or understanding that, he was essentially sitting there naked and exposed for whoever was kind of walking around. Again, his just emotional expression, that there was no emotion there. He was flat and just sort of vacant, I think is a good term.
So you use the term suicide smock. Is that kind of, a colloquial term used within jail, prison settings?
There's several different terms for it. I think that's probably one of the most appropriate ones, but it's just a layer of clothing that they can't sort of transform into a noose or something to hang themselves with. It's for safety purposes.
And was your understanding that Mr. Alissa was sort of dressed that way, at least in large part to the fact that, this was a very serious case that he was being held in custody for?
Yeah, oftentimes when it's a pretty high profile case, when folks come into the jail, they put them on extra precautions.
Okay. And after sort of making those sort of first impression basic observations, what did you do next?
Once the nursing staff was kind of finished up with him, we were taken into what sort of looks like a library type room. And there was a table there set across from Mr. Alissa. Defense counsel introduced me and then left the room so that I could attempt to interview him on that date. And then that's when I attempted to ask him clinical questions, typical things like background information, mental health history, just to kind of get an understanding of his background and what was going on.
And was he responsive to your inquiries?
Mostly not. Even some of the more benign questions that most people, tend to not have an issue answering. Things like, do you have siblings, or education, or I think employment was the one at that time. He wouldn't answer those questions, those sort of seemingly simple questions that weren't directly about the case or his legal situation. And then, when I started asking about mental health symptoms, he was pretty much denying any history of sort of mental illness or any current symptoms at that time.
And in terms of his physical appearance, you described some of it. Is it fair to say that, he presented with kind of a disheveled look?
Yes. When you're talking to folks, hygiene is something you typically will take note of. In my, interaction with him, I think he was 22 at the time. Things that I kind of noticed where he appeared quite a bit older than 22. His hair was thinning. His fingernails and toenails were both untrimmed, so they were both quite long. So there were some issues, apparent hygiene issues that didn't look like he was necessarily taking care of himself very well.
So you talked about sort of, his physical description and his just non-responsiveness, to put it bluntly. At that point, did you have enough data to really form an opinion?
I'm sorry, an opinion as to?
An opinion as to how sick this individual was, what their presentation represented to you.
Yes, the interaction that I had with him, his presentation, he had, oftentimes would not make a lot of eye contact, or he would stare at the floor. Other times he would scan around the room as if there was something going on in the room, which there was not. The hygiene issue, the lack of emotional expression, the lack of really any sort of social interaction, any desire to communicate, the diminished sort of speech output. He just completely would not elaborate on things. Those are symptoms that are consistent with schizophrenia.
So you say looking around the room, particularly, is that an observation that you make that then you can sort of connect to a particular symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes, and typically you're looking for almost sort of a certain kind of look, right? Oftentimes we will just kind of, look around the room somewhat slowly. When you have someone who has more of sort of a darting sort of eye process where it's really quick back and forth what they're looking at, typically that raises concern that they're seeing something that's not there, especially if you're in a pretty quiet environment like the library in a jail.
And did he ever tell you or endorse seeing something that wasn't there or hearing something that wasn't there during that first meeting?
Not during the first meeting, no.
So, Doctor, after this first meeting at the Broomfield Jail, you met with him 7 more times, is that correct?
Correct, at Boulder.
And is it fair to sort of summarize that you met with him over regular intervals then for these next 7 times for these subsequent 6 months?
Yeah, approximate, yeah.
And in terms of sort of the symptoms that you observed, I'm going to ask you just sort of about what observations you made regarding, again, his eye movement or eye contact.
So things were pretty much consistent throughout the meetings that ranged between the end of March and the end of August. He would often not speak much to me. Answers to questions would be 1 or 2 words, maybe. His eye contact also was poor. He would stare at the floor, he would stare at his hands, or you would see his eyes sort of darting back and forth. At certain times, you would see more of this sort of wide-eyed expression. And again, not knowing what he's thinking, it's hard to say what was going on with him, but it sort of has that frightened look and feel when you see somebody with those wide eyes. So everything was pretty much consistent throughout that period of time with my meetings with him in terms of his presentation.
And did those observations then, have any significance for you in terms of trying to identify possible symptoms of mental illness that Mr. Alissa was experiencing?
Yes. Again, looking at the eye movements, kind of looking around the room, those quick sort of head jerks, those things are indicative possibly of hallucinations that are occurring. And mostly his presentation, I think, I'm sure you guys with a couple experts already have gone over sort of negative symptoms versus positive symptoms of schizophrenia. And mostly it was those negative things. So the things that should be there that aren't, not speaking much, no emotional expression, no positive sort of feelings. I don't think I ever saw him smile or anything that resembled a positive emotion throughout the entire times that I met with him.
Did he ever sort of take actions with his fingers that were like, for lack of a better word, fidgety?
Yeah, he would often fidget or pick at his fingers. Again, what that was representative of, I'm not sure, but yes, it was something that was noted.
Did you ever note sort of, even when he did speak, latency in his speech?
Yes. Oftentimes, asking him questions, even when I would get sort of that 1 or 2 word response, there was a significant pause between me asking the question and getting that answer. Sometimes I wouldn't even get an answer and I would have to repeat the question or move on. Those things are indicative of what we call thought blocking, which is essentially, we've all had sort of that experience where like you have that word on the tip of your tongue, but you can't quite get it out. This is like that, but much more severe, where it's almost as if the brain just sort of shuts down and they're just not able to formulate a response for you.
And I think it's pretty clear that Mr. Alissa wasn't this very open, vulnerable individual with you. Is that fair to say?
Not at all. And, I think one of the most notable things is, after you meet with someone 8 times, you sort of imagine that there's some level of rapport or relationship that's been built. And that was never established.
And did you attribute his guardedness, to anything after having met with him then for 8 times?
Yes, my opinion is that he was guarded most likely due to ongoing auditory hallucinations. So whatever voices he was experiencing, I think that essentially, there's this really massive sort of internal world going on with him that I just didn't have access to when I was meeting with him because he wouldn't tell me about it. And so, yes, I think that's certainly the case.
And eventually, though, did he admit to you experiencing auditory hallucinations?
Yes, I think that was either probably the second to the last meeting or so, maybe the third. I had asked him, again, the same questions over and over and over about these hallucinations, because it seemed to be clear to everyone else that he was experiencing these, but he just wouldn't, kind of discuss them. It's important to find out what the content of those hallucinations are. It's helpful to determine what's going on with somebody and for treatment planning and things like that. And when he told me, it was, again, one of those sort of minimal responses where it was like a little bit and that was it. When I pressed him for details, I remember he told me that he would hear yelling. And so I would ask, well, what's the content of the yelling? What are the voices yelling about? And the response I got was just yell. And that was it.
And in your opinion, was he minimizing his experience with auditory hallucinations with you?
His presentation was certainly much more severe on the outside than he ever admitted to during any interviews or interactions with me.
So when you say his presentation was more severe on the outside, just sort of you describe and explain what you mean by that statement for the jury? Yeah,
again, from the clinical sort of observation point, we've talked a little bit about just the lack of any emotional expression, the lack of elaborating or talking to people. He wasn't interested in any sort of activities or any sort of social interaction. And again, these negative symptoms are really pretty severe, and they actually lend to a worse prognosis. They're often more difficult to treat than the positive symptoms like the hallucinations would be. And, again, just his clinical presentation, the way he was functioning at that time, he needed treatment.
Speaking of treatment, did you come to learn that Mr. Alissa was not taking antipsychotic medications?
Mr. Alissa was not medicated, to my knowledge, during the entire time that I was meeting with him from the end of March until the end of August.
And did you come to learn that this was a request made by his defense team?
Yes.
And based on your experience, why might that be such a request made?
Based on my experience, one of the biggest things that we're looking for in kind of determining diagnostic stuff, what diagnosis does this individual meet? Oftentimes we want to rule out drugs, and particularly things like methamphetamine are pretty rampant. And we see a lot of folks in the jails who are having psychotic symptoms mainly because of the use of methamphetamine. And so what we know is that methamphetamine, once you start to sort of metabolize that drug and it starts getting out of your system, you'll start to show improvements. And so there's sort of this ballpark, hey, let's wait 30 days and see how someone's doing. And typically, if it's a drug-induced issue, that's going to have cleared up quite a bit. And so one of the reasons I would speculate is to make sure that this was not a sort of a drug-induced psychotic episode, and to really help out with diagnostic clarification, especially in a case of this magnitude.
Did you also come to understand that Mr. Alissa's team was encouraging him to speak to you and other evaluators?
Yes.
As part of the materials that you reviewed, you had an opportunity to review interviews that were conducted with Mr. Alissa's family members, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And we've heard testimony from his family directly, but I'd like you to testify as to how sort of those interviews and the content of them played into your kind of understanding and insight into Mr. Alissa's severe psychotic mental illness.
Oftentimes it's really great when you have prior records from someone who's been to a psychiatric hospital or they've seen a psychiatrist in the community, and you have sort of a well-substantiated diagnosis is helpful. This wasn't the case. There wasn't records to really support that. And so getting those observations from the family about, kind of when he started to change his presentation was important. What we know is that, usually late adolescence, early 20s, that's when we're likely to experience a first break for psychosis. And so having those descriptions from his family where we're learning about, he stops engaging in activities, right? He doesn't seem to be doing anything that's going to make him happy or seem to have a lot of purpose to it. He's oftentimes confused, or he's noted to be laughing, smiling to himself, but he's not engaging with family. He's not answering questions other than 1 or 2 word responses. I really think those interviews helped me to see sort of that time period where, between high school and 2019 and, the events in question, that sort of deterioration where you can see that this is like the issues where all these pieces fit for this diagnosis for schizophrenia, and this is that trajectory that you're seeing.
So it sounds like those materials then that you were able to review help support the conclusion you ultimately drew that also was from your interactions with Mr. Alissa and your observations of him.
Correct. Yes. It's, helping me to understand that I'm not just seeing something in a vacuum, that the presentation, that sort of predominantly negative presentation has been consistent. It's been noticed by other people. It preceded the events, that sort of thing.
And preceded them for a fairly long period of time. Is that fair to say?
Yes, depending on the account, it sounded like, for the most part, the end of high school was when things started to get noticed. And then it seems like it progressively got worse.
How important is it to meet with you or to meet the individual that you're asked to evaluate?
For me, I want to be able to ask my own questions. I want to be able to go through my own process, my own interview, to make sure that, I'm not just relying on other people's information. Other people's information is helpful. It's collateral. It supports what you're looking at. But ultimately, if I'm going to provide a diagnosis for somebody and it's my license on the line, I want to make sure that I'm confident in that diagnosis.
And you talked earlier sort of about, you're almost like trying to get a feel for someone. Is that something that you believe happens when you're in the room with a person versus just sort of, doing a video review or something of that nature?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of pros. We do quite a bit of evaluations over WebEx these days after COVID. There's often some things that you might miss. Hygiene's an important one that's kind of hard to tell when you're on a computer. Eye contact can be a little bit difficult to assess depending on where somebody's looking on the computer. It's hard to tell. But yeah, it's just that general sense, that general feel of, sitting across from someone. It's, I would say, it's like going on a date in person versus talking to somebody online. Like there's definitely a different understanding that you get of that person.
So it sounds like, there's substantive things and then sort of nuanced things that are very helpful when you do an in-person interview with an individual.
Correct.
So in terms of, your overall feeling, I want to go back to that first meeting. Was your takeaway that you were sitting in the room and trying to speak to a remarkably sick individual?
Yes, someone who's remarkably psychotic, remarkably ill. Yes, that was my initial impression.
Okay. And again, that was March 29th of 2021 that first meeting occurred. Is that correct?
Correct.
Eventually, over time, Mr. Alissa admitted to you that yes, he experienced auditory hallucinations, right?
Correct.
Now, did you continue to hold a suspicion that his recitation of that symptom might not be complete?
I don't think it was a suspicion. And, when like I said, when I asked him, I would get very simple responses. It was a yell, and that was it. Typically what you want, again, is to understand the content, right? Some people have hallucinations that aren't necessarily distressing in nature. And other people have, you know, voices that, for lack of a better term, kind of torment them. And so when you're not able to ask somebody or to get an answer when you do ask someone, it's very difficult to determine what the content is and how severe or distressing they might be.
That sort of leads to the next topic, is your opinion regarding Mr. Elissa's insight into his own mental illness. Okay. Did Mr. Alissa believe that he was mentally ill?
I don't think he did, not during my interactions with him. You know, I can't tell you today, but between March and August of 21, there was little, if any, insight that this individual was mentally ill.
What insight did he have during that time period of March 2021 to August 2021? What insight did he have into his need for treatment?
I really don't think any. You know, when I would ask him about questions, again, he's not asking for help. He's not eliciting any sort of sympathy from me during my interviews with him. He's not overtly telling me he's in distress or in need of anything. I don't think he understood how sick he was.
And part and parcel of that then, or building from that rather, what was his insight into his need for medication?
I don't think he had any, I don't think he had any desire to take medication. I don't know what the conversations were like with the jail treatment providers, because it seemed like pretty minimal interactions that he had with them as well. But to my knowledge, I don't think he expressed a need or a want or a desire to take meds.
So, doctor, I'm going to ask a few questions about a little bit more of a complex, I guess, issue. Okay.
Sure.
So you have an individual who lacks insight into their own mental illness, correct?
Yes.
And when you meet with them and do an evaluation with them, you know, you're trying to get information from them, right?
Correct.
Okay. And with Mr. Alissa, you also have this real challenge of doing so because he doesn't talk.
That is accurate.
Okay. So with respect to that, your understanding is that he's been encouraged to do so, right?
Correct.
To participate in your evaluation.
Yes.
He's not.
Yes.
And he's also, sounds like, minimizing or at least not verbalizing an understanding of his mental illness, right?
True.
Okay. So that is seemingly irrational behavior considering the circumstance that Mr. Alissa was in. Is that fair to say?
I'm not sure if I follow.
Sure. So you have an individual who's facing serious charges, correct?
Correct.
That individual is being told to participate in an evaluation regarding their mental illness.
Correct.
That individual is failing to verbalize the symptoms of their mental illness.
Correct.
Your opinion is that Mr. Alissa was actively minimizing those symptoms of his mental illness.
Objection, Your Honor. Form, pleading.
Well, doctor, you met with Mr. Alissa several times, right?
Sustained.
Correct.
His presentation that you've testified to was consistent across all your meetings with him?
Yes.
Okay. And again, for purposes of your evaluation, right, it's helpful to have the individual that you're evaluating discuss topics particularly related to their mental illness.
Objection, Your Honor. Form, pleading.
Sustained.
Is it helpful, doctor, to have individuals discuss their mental illness when meeting with you?
Yes. Again, you know, having some understanding of their symptom presentation, what's bothering them, what they're hearing, how distressing those things are. It's important diagnostically, it's important for the treatment providers, and how he's going to be treated and to go forward with things. I would also think it's beneficial, especially in a case like this, to have some understanding of what was going on and, you know, really to have an understanding of that mental health component.
And Mr. Alissa didn't present with that understanding, did he?
Not at all.
So I guess, again, the complex sort of issue is you have this individual who's in a very difficult situation that if they're asked to speak about their mental health and mental illness and their symptoms, it'd be rational for them to explain those symptoms in as much detail as possible. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, it would be very helpful rationally, to discuss what is going on, to be very transparent with their experiences, especially with, their attorneys, because they're moving forward with their case.
And yet that doesn't happen.
Not during the time I met with him, correct?
So you also have this individual, though, that was able to carry out events that resulted in the death of 10 people, right?
Yes.
And that, of course, takes the ability to have a gun, right?
Yes.
To shoot that gun, correct?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, form leading to all these questions.
Sustained.
So you have those set of circumstances. You're trying to apply this rationality to an irrational individual. Could you discuss with the jury the challenges and limitations that presents?
Yes. When you have actions that you're trying to make any sort of sense of, it's helpful to understand the person's mindset, what's going on with them. Again, didn't quite get that. But it is possible for someone to, there's this idea that there's this sort of rationality within irrationality. And what I mean by that is someone can take steps that seemingly look rational to achieve a particular goal. And that premise, the premise of that goal could be irrational in and of itself. So it's possible to have sort of an end goal that is completely irrational and to take steps to follow that appear rational.
Doctor, thank you for explaining that. I know that that's a really difficult, complex issue. But speaking of that, you could not have performed a mental condition evaluation of Mr. Alissa during the time that you met with him. Is that fair to say?
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis.
Irrelevant.
Response, unless you need to.
Judge, he's discussing Mr. Alissa's presentation. He is discussing how he was able to observe Mr. Alissa, what observations he was making, the presentation of Mr. Alissa's symptoms. He is a forensic psychologist. He's been qualified by this court as an expert in that. He can certainly opine as to whether or not Mr. Alissa's state when he met with him was as such as he could actually perform a mental condition evaluation at the time.
Sustained. I don't believe you're in.
Doctor, Mr. Alissa consistently denied paranoia associated with psychotic symptoms when you met with him, correct?
Yes, he would. I would ask questions that are, we say it's kind of commonly associated with delusions. Things like, do you feel like people are out to get you? Do you feel like you can read people's minds? Can people put ideas in your head without speaking to you? He would consistently deny those when I would ask him those questions.
But yet you know that he suffered paranoid delusions based on your review of the collateral materials.
Yes, it was pretty apparent that he was paranoid about the FBI. I think there was stuff about chips in his head, bugs in his head, a chip in a key fob, stuff about taping over the cameras on computers and things like that. So yes, there seemed to be, based on those interviews, a history of paranoia.
And when you would ask him about or try to broach the subject of the shooting itself, would Mr. Alissa articulate a motivation or influence as to why?
No.
And if you were doing a sanity or mental condition evaluation, that articulation is necessary to be able to perform that, right?
Objection, Your Honor, based on the court's ruling from.
Sustained.
Thank you.
Dr. Hatfield, Mr. Alissa's overall presentation made it very difficult to do your own evaluation. Is that fair to say?
Yes, it made it hard to get any insight into what he was thinking at any given time.
And you've done mental condition evaluations in your career, correct?
Yes.
So is it fair to say that his presentation when you met with him would have made it extremely difficult to do such an evaluation if you were asked to?
Your Honor, I'm sorry. I'm objecting for the same reason.
Sustained.
Thank you.
Doctor, ultimately, were you able to diagnose Mr. Alissa?
Yes, I felt that the symptoms that he presented with were very consistent with schizophrenia.
And could you just very briefly, because we've heard a lot of the symptoms, explain how you reached that diagnosis?
I reached that diagnosis essentially based on, a couple different things. So the record review from the family, like we discussed, where you see that sort of pattern of paranoia, the hygiene lacking, the him stopping doing things that were seemingly enjoyable, the paranoia. So the descriptions from the family were very helpful to kind of establish a timeline. And then in meeting with him, again, his presentation was very consistent. And one thing that I like to sort of point out is when we interview people, there's a very different sort of feel when you think about the content versus the form. And what I mean by that is if I'm meeting with someone, it's very easy for them when I ask them, do you hear voices or are you paranoid or is someone poisoning your food, for them to latch on and say yes, 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 and just really endorse these symptoms. The form, when you're actually sitting with someone who is actively psychotic, is very difficult to fake. And so being able to observe him over several months in the jail, shortly after everything, seeing the form, that lack of emotional expression, the lack of just really any semblance of someone being there, really helps solidify that diagnosis. In addition to the things about, seeing him looking around the room with those darting eyes, those wide-eyed looks that came up from time to time, where he looked frightened, and it was just very unclear as to why, because we're just sitting in a room having a conversation, a very one-sided conversation. So those are the things that really led me to look at this and really support that diagnosis.
And those observations, they go back and are consistent with your experience of that first time you met Mr. Alissa on March 31st, correct?
Yes, his presentation didn't significantly change during the time that I met with him.
And part of that presentation was he was seemingly responding to hallucinations.
Correct.
And Doctor, during your time meeting with Mr. Alissa overall, how would you describe his cognitive abilities?
It's hard to assess because you're not getting a lot of verbal responses. So it's very difficult when you get one word answers from people. It's kind of hard to judge, intelligence wise where they may be. It's hard to think about problem solving skills and those sorts of things when you're getting very minimal responses. I think that there are certainly cognitive symptoms that are associated with schizophrenia. And I think that a lot of the symptoms, the thought blocking and that sort of stuff impaired his ability to think through things and answer things.
All right, thank you.
I have no further questions for you at this time, Doctor. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I would note that the evidence that you have heard thus far from Dr. Hatfield and will continue to hear after our break, you may consider as to the question of the defendant's sanity with respect to first-degree murder, attempted first-degree murder, first-degree assault, and possession of high-capacity magazines. You shall not consider it for any other purpose. And then we will continue back up at, we'll just go with 1:30. And then I'll read this to you so I can get it right. We will now have a recess. I want to remind you that until the trial is completed, you must not discuss this case with anyone by any means. This includes members of your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors, or anyone else. If someone approaches you and tries to discuss the trial with you, let me know about it immediately. You must not read or listen to any news reports of the trial. You must not consult any outside reference materials or the internet, do any research. And finally, remember, it is especially important that you do not form or express any opinion on the case until it is finally submitted to you. So thank you. We'll see you in about an hour and a half. Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Alissa, I'm going to address you again, as I did, I believe, yesterday regarding certain rights that you have, okay? Can you answer out loud? Okay, all right. It's my duty to advise you regarding certain rights you have concerning the issue of whether you should testify on your own behalf. You have a right to testify on your own behalf. If you want to testify, no one can prevent you from doing so, not even your attorneys. If you testify, the prosecution will be allowed to cross-examine you. If you have been convicted of a felony, the prosecutor will be able to ask you about it, and the jury would then find out about it. If a felony conviction is disclosed to the jury can be instructed to consider it only as it bears upon your credibility. On the other hand, you also have the right to remain silent and not to testify. And if you choose to exercise your right not to testify, the jury can be instructed that they are not to hold it against you that you did not testify. Do you understand these rights? Yes? Okay, you did say yes. Do you have any questions concerning these rights? Okay. Counsel, may I inquire if he's made that decision, or do you want me to wait until the end of the close of your case?
He's made the decision.
All right. Do you wish to testify? Okay. Are you under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or medications that prevent you from understanding what I have just said or cloud your judgment? Do you understand that if you testify, the prosecution will have a right to cross-examine you? Do you understand that if you've been convicted of a felony, the prosecution will have a right to question you about it, and so the jury would learn about it? Is anyone pressuring you into making this decision not to testify? It's your free and voluntary choice to not testify? All right. I'll find that Mr. Alissa is freely, voluntarily, and knowingly waiving his right to testify. We ready to bring in the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you. Please be seated. Dr. Hatfield, I'll remind you, you remain under oath.
Yes.
And Mr. Dougherty, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your
Good
Honor.
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
How are you today, sir?
I'm doing well. I got some food, so I'm good to go.
All right, great. I'm going to cover a few areas with you while you're on the stand today, okay?
Certainly.
You were, as you pointed out on direct, retained by the defense in this case, am I right?
Correct.
And they called you here to testify today.
Yes, that is accurate.
You did not conduct a sanity evaluation of this defendant.
I did not.
And you've done sanity evaluations in other cases during your career.
I have, yes.
Approximately how many?
Probably 40 or 50.
But you were not retained to do one in this case.
Correct.
And you cannot then provide the jury with an expert opinion on the defendant's sanity on March 22nd, 2021.
And I would not provide an opinion because I did not do the evaluation. Correct.
Thank you, doctor. And you've testified the defendant has schizophrenia.
That is accurate.
And you're aware that no one, neither side, is contesting that he has schizophrenia, right?
I believe so, yes.
And you talked about the work you did, which we'll go over, but I believe you said it was 24 hours from March 29th through August 31st.
24 hours included record review and things like that. But yes, there was 8 interviews.
Right. And I'm not trying to nitpick you. I just
Okay,
meant
gotcha.
total amount of time worked on the case, 24 hours from March through August 31st.
Correct.
And a lot of this work was done regarding your observations of the defendant and the meetings you just referenced when he was at the Broomfield County Jail and or Boulder County Jail.
Yes.
I just wanted to circle back to one thing you said on direct about what you reviewed as part of your work.
Okay.
You mentioned you reviewed the discovery in the case.
Yes.
And I think just to make it clear, when you say you reviewed the discovery, you were provided with a number of things and you listed them in your report. You had the list of criminal charges, right?
Correct.
You had a video with approximately 8 minutes of security footage from King Soopers.
Correct.
You had body worn camera footage from the Boulder County Jail dated March 23rd, 2021.
Yes.
You had some reports from Boulder County Jail personnel,
Yes.
some investigation reports provided by the defense.
Yes.
That's the list as to this particular case.
Yes. What I was provided.
So when you say discovery, and I just want to make sure it's clear for the jury, in this case, we have a total of over 39,000 pages of discovery. That was obviously not your role at the time, right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So when other experts testify, they've reviewed all the discovery in the case. If they're referring to the 39,615 pages, that's not what you were asked to do back then.
No, I was asked to review what I was provided by, or
Okay.
provided by the defense counsel. Yes. But yes, not 39,000 pages.
You were at the time working as the clinical director of the RISE program at the Boulder County Jail.
Correct.
And I think in your direct, or not I think, I'm sorry, in your direct, you referenced you've done different mental health treatment work at the Boulder County Jail and at prisons and so on.
Yes.
But to be clear, the defendant was not in your care in that capacity at the jail.
Correct. Yes. I was not a treatment provider. I wasn't providing him with any form of therapy or anything like that. I was only there for the sort of evaluation, consultation purposes.
And have you seen the defendant since August of 2021?
I have not.
And have you reviewed anything related to the case since August of 2021?
No.
So I'm going to turn to the defendant's initial, those are the first few months at the Boulder County Jail, okay?
Sure.
Shortly after killing 10 people, the defendant was brought to the Boulder County Jail.
Yes. Prior to, I guess, the transfer to Broomfield, but yes.
You'd agree with me that killing one person can have an impact on the murderer at times?
Certainly. Yes.
Killing 10 people, committing a mass shooting can have an impact on the murderer?
I would agree with that. Yes.
Am I right that the defendant never had a cellmate during his time?
Not that I'm aware of. Correct.
He never chose to go out to exercise with other individuals even when allowed?
I think he was on protective custody.
And as such, he was housed alone.
Correct.
And the food port, I believe you put in your report, the food port would be the only contact for him with others.
Potentially, yes. I think they had him separated into like another sub day room for a while as well. So it would have been even more restricted.
Would you agree with me that someone who's restricted in that way for months would likely see some negative impacts to their mental health?
I would agree with that. Yes.
Even if it was someone without any mental health issue whatsoever, they're put in some form of isolation or they cut off from contact with others, it's going to be detrimental to their mental health.
Certainly could be. Yes.
Especially so if the person has a mental illness.
Yes, I would imagine it would exacerbate things.
And possibly after having committed a mass murder.
Certainly a possibility.
And when you met with the defendant informed you that he was not receiving any care or treatment at the jail.
Correct. I think they were checking in with him for suicidal ideation and that sort of thing, but no medication.
Sure. Thank you for clarifying that. Because the jail does have mental health providers, right?
Yes.
And they do have mental health specialists there.
Correct.
And they can provide medication at the jail.
They certainly can. Yes.
And the defendant was not doing any of those things.
He was not taking medications. Correct.
And we learned on your direct examination, and correct me if I misheard this, that at the direction of the defense, the defendant was not medicated from March through August?
That was my understanding. Yes.
You explained on this line of questioning that you might want to see that for a month to determine whether there's some kind of meth-induced psychosis in a particular case.
Let me clarify whether I would want to see it or whether it's helpful to see it. Those are different things. So
Yes, I can re-ask the question if
yeah,
you want.
well, I can explain. Is it helpful to have that 30-day period to clear up the potential for substance-induced psychosis? Yes, very much so. As someone who would be providing treatment, the ethical piece that I would look for is to immediately get someone treated when they need treatment. That would be the role of a psychologist or psychiatrist.
You'd agree that's your ethical responsibility.
As a treatment provider, yes.
So the 1 month period would have been from March 23rd through roughly April 23rd.
Correct.
But it's your testimony the defendant was not medicated at the direction of the defense from March through August of 2021 and perhaps beyond.
My understanding is he was not medicated the entire period I was seeing him, correct?
And I say perhaps beyond because you left the Boulder County, or you no longer interacted with the defendant as of August 2021.
Yes, August, the end of August was the last meeting I had with Mr. Alissa.
I'm going to transition now, if we can, to talk about the records that you reviewed.
Sure.
The defendant was brought to the Boulder County Jail on March 23rd. Am I right?
Yes.
And you reviewed Boulder County Jail body-worn camera footage from the intake process on March 23rd.
Yes.
And in that video, as you noted in your report, the defendant was screened by a nurse at the Boulder County Jail.
Correct.
And he was asked if he hears voices as part of their regular screening process.
Yes.
And in response to those regular screening questions, he replied rarely to whether he hears voices.
That is correct.
He also, as part of that screening interview, denied that the voices have told him to harm others or to harm himself.
I believe that is correct.
And also, when asked how many voices he hears, he replied, not a lot.
I believe so, yes.
That's March 23rd. And then
Yes.
he's transferred to Broomfield County Jail for safety purposes.
Yes.
And he's admitted there on March 24th after being transferred by sheriff's deputies.
Yes.
And during his intake at the Broomfield County Jail, he was also video recorded.
I don't recall if he was video recorded, perhaps.
Do you recall in your report indicating that during his intake at the Broomfield County Jail, he denied a history of any mental health issues
Yes, I do recall that.
and he denied any current conditions?
Yes.
And just briefly, you touched on the smock that he was wearing when you first saw him.
Yes.
To be clear, when you first saw him in that smock, that was due to the nature of the case and the sheriff's office taking steps they believe appropriate just based on the crime he had committed.
Yes, with the high level, sort of high profile nature of the case, I think they felt it was best to be safe and put him on extended watch precautions.
And in your report, you noted that when the defendant met with the medical and mental health treatment providers at the Broomfield County Jail, he declined to provide much information per encouragement by his attorney.
That is accurate.
You put that in your report.
I wrote that in my report, yes.
You reviewed also the defendant's medical history, which indicated defendant had no reported mental health issues prior to the shooting.
Yes, in the medical records that I reviewed, there was no indication of mental illness.
And no indication of substance abuse.
The only reference to substance abuse, I think, was listed. It might have been in an interview. Somebody said he might have used marijuana in high school at some point, but there was nothing notable or nothing that seemed like problematic or extended use.
So nothing problematic and nothing extended and nothing post high school was shared in any of those records.
Yes, nothing that I'm aware of.
And that's something important that you look at in cases. So for example, if you have a person you're treating or evaluating and they have, for example, significant meth history.
Yeah, that's very important because you want to make sure you're getting an accurate diagnosis.
And in your report, you had a really detailed list. I'm only going to touch on a couple, but a really detailed list of the defendant's medical history. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And by that, I mean, you look back on medical records showing when the defendant had gone to the doctor for any particular reason.
Yeah, mostly like primary care type visits, I believe. Yes.
So what do you mean by primary care visits?
Just like your general doctor when you have a cold or the flu and you go see your regular doctor that kind of keeps regular track, somebody who's not necessarily a specialist.
And your report details the different things that the defendant had gone cold, hurt his back at one point, so on.
Yes,
And for all of those, you'd agree with me that the defendant seemed to seek and receive medical care on a fairly regular basis as needed?
yes, correct.
And in each one, you also look to see if there was anything in the psychiatric or neurological section of the medical records.
Yes, I wanted to see if any symptoms had been noticed.
And for each one, there was nothing concerning whatsoever.
Yeah, there was nothing documented that suggested the presence of a mental illness in those records.
And to be clear, this is from years earlier up to and through 2017.
Yeah, I'd have to look at my report for the exact dates, but yes, it went back quite a ways.
But so it's not 2020, 2021, but years earlier.
Correct.
And through those records, you see repeated notations of normal appearance, behavior, attitude, insight, and judgment appear both to be intact and appropriate.
Correct.
And that's repeated several times by different medical providers.
Yes.
You also reviewed jail records from March to August.
Yes,
Can I turn to those now?
certainly.
And in the jail records, you noted in your report, there were a number of dates where records reflected the defendant overall had a pleasant, appropriate demeanor, blunted affect, but good eye contact and good hygiene.
Yes, per the treatment records from the jail. Yes.
And those records included March 25th.
I would have to look at my report for the specific dates, but yes, that sounds in the ballpark.
If I were to tell you your report said March 25th, March 26th, March 29th, March 30th, March 31st, April 1st, April 2nd, does that sound accurate to you?
Yes.
On April 7th, you noted the jail records specified no evidence of psychosis. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
April 9th, jail records specified no evidence of psychosis.
Yes.
April 13th, no evidence of psychosis.
Yes.
April 17th, logical thought process.
Yes.
April 17th, no signs of psychosis.
Yes.
April 23rd, you included in your report, denied suicidal ideation, hygiene appeared appropriate, darting eyes and suspicious attitude. Do you recall that?
Sounds familiar. Yes.
And then you went on to say, but many areas not able to be assessed given limited questions allowed by his attorneys.
Yes, the majority of those records were while he was, kind of being asked very limited questions and having very limited interactions with the mental health staff at the jail.
And on May 7th, similarly, mental status appeared stable, but could not assess more per defense attorneys, right?
Correct.
And these are things that you're including in your report.
Yes.
And fair to say, you're including those things in your report because you're trying to measure how much of the defendant's inability to communicate is due to his mental illness or perhaps any unwillingness or direction not to communicate.
Yes. Considering that and just, reviewing what I had available to me so that I'm getting a holistic view.
Right. And you'd agree with me that a significant part of the of your review of the meetings you had with the defendant indicated his mental illness was playing a really significant role in his inability to answer your questions.
Yes, that's my opinion.
But you're also noting these other factors as well.
You mean describing the medical records?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I'm going to transition now and talk about something Mr. Dunn was asking you about you'd always want to be the one in the room doing the interview. Do you recall that?
Yes, when I'm providing a diagnosis, I like to interview people in person or via WebEx at least. Yes.
But would you agree with me that if you're able to watch the video recordings of interviews, if the interviews are well done, that you'd be able to formulate an opinion?
I think you can glean quite a bit from those sorts of things.
And an expert can make a determination based on watching an interview that's complete and contains all the questions that you'd want to see asked.
I would say if they feel comfortable doing so, yes.
And you didn't record your interviews with the defendant because it wasn't required, right?
Correct, because I wasn't doing a sanity evaluation.
Right. And yet you're able to come and explain your findings to the jury, even though we don't have a recording to watch.
Yes.
And you and I have met previously, am I right?
Yeah, we did a meeting before the hearing, so you could ask me some questions.
Yes, and thank you again for
Of
that.
course.
And that was over Zoom.
Yes.
So it would really depend on the quality of the interview, even if you're just able to watch the recordings of something.
Hey, I'm sorry, I don't follow.
If you're able to watch a video of an interview, if the interview is done well, would you agree with me an expert can reach an opinion?
I think this has been asked and answered, Judge. Objection.
Sustained.
I'm going to move on then, Doctor.
Sure.
When you asked the defendant if he had current psychotic symptoms, he had responded to you that he had not, right?
Yeah, he consistently denied.
And now I'm referring to your August 24th meeting with the defendant, which I think is the last one.
I think the 31st was my last interview.
In the meeting that you had with the defendant on August 24th, he talked about hearing voices. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And on direct, you said he told you it was just yelling.
At that point.
Do you recall putting in your report that he stated the experiences started a couple years ago, maybe,
I believe that's accurate.
and it was just a couple times,
Yes, he tended to downplay it quite a bit.
and that it was very rare?
Yes.
You learned from interviewing the defendant some information about his life prior to the mass shooting.
Some information, yes.
You learned that he supported himself financially, am I right?
That's what he said, yes.
And you'd agree with me that employment history matters in cases where you're conducting a interview?
Yeah, it can be helpful. It's another data point.
And fair to say you've interviewed people who've never held a job before.
Correct.
The defendant, in this case, shared with you that he was showering, bathing on a regular basis,
That's his self-report, yes.
dressing himself,
Yes.
able to function in daily living.
Yes.
He indicated he was paying his own bills,
Yes.
handling his own transportation,
Yes.
preparing meals for himself,
Yes.
preparing meals for others.
Yes. Oh, I don't know about for others, but preparing meals, yes.
In that, in the interviews you conducted with the defendant, you also focused on whether he ever believed he had special powers, for example.
Yes, I would ask him that.
And he denied ever having any special powers.
Correct.
He denied feeling that he could read others' minds.
Correct.
He denied ever receiving special messages from TV or radio.
Correct.
And those are all things that you look at in conducting a review.
Yeah, those are typical questions I ask when I'm examining psychotic symptoms.
And in terms of the voices, he could not tell you the gender of any voices in his head. Am I right?
Be any description other than like the yelling piece. So
So he didn't tell you what the voices may have said or not said.
correct.
He also denied thinking that people were out to get him at all, right?
Correct.
On direct testimony, Dr. Hatfield, Mr. Dunn asked you, was he able to communicate anything about the day of the shooting to you? Right?
Correct. I asked him at various points in time.
Do you recall him telling you that he did not expect to be alive after the mass shooting that he was going to commit?
Yes, he made that comment at one point. He wouldn't give me any other detail, but yes.
Did he tell you that he should receive the death penalty for what he had done?
He had asked for the death penalty. He had been pretty perseverative about the death penalty and seemed upset when we informed him that there was no death penalty in Colorado any longer.
And he indicated that he should be put to death because of what he had done to the victims.
Yes, in a sense.
Well, he said the victims are dead and he should be
And
given.
he should be too. Yes.
Thank you, doctor. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Dunn.
Thank you, Judge. Just one moment. Judge, I don't have any questions. Thank you, Dr. Hatfield.
Sure.
All right, thank you. You're excused and you may be released from your subpoena.
Thank you.
Your next witness?
Your Honor, at this time, the defense rests.
All right, thank you. Mr. Dougherty, do you have any rebuttal evidence?
Yes, Your Honor. The people will be calling only one witness for rebuttal, and it's going to be Dr. Ian Lamoureux. Please.
Good afternoon, doctor. If you can make your way up towards this black chair to my right, just keep turning to your left there. And just work your way around to that screen over there that's on there, and I will swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that any testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. Please have a seat. There is water in that pitcher that's fresh if you would like.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Dougherty, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Your Honor, and I apologize. Can the parties approach?
Yes, ma'am. All right, it's a little early, but we're just going to take a quick break. So I'll remind you of the admonition. I just went over it about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago. Keep that in mind, and we'll have you brought back in hopefully within about.
I'm gonna sit up or down.
I guess maybe I come to say, I don't know.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Dougherty, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Please state your full name, spelling your last name for the record.
Certainly, my name is Ian Lamoureux. That's Lam as in Mike, Oureux.
I'd like to take the jury through your background, okay?
Okay.
Can you tell the jury about your education, please?
Yes, so my education began with receiving my bachelor's in health sciences from the University of Arizona in Tucson. I received a bachelor's in physiology, which was from the College of Medicine in Tucson. Following the bachelor's degree, I immediately went to medical school at the University of Arizona College of Medicine in Tucson. And then following my MD, I went to the Mayo Clinic psychiatry residency in Rochester, Minnesota. It's a 4-year program.
And then after that, I did a one-year fellowship in forensic psychiatry at Case Western Reserve University in forensic psychiatry. Sorry. At Case Western Reserve University in Cleveland, Ohio.
How are you currently employed?
I'm self-employed.
And what do you do?
I'm a forensic psychiatrist.
Are you licensed?
Yes.
Where are you currently licensed?
I'm licensed in several states. I'm licensed in Arizona, Colorado, Nevada, California, and I also hold a expert license in Florida.
Are there other states in which?
Yes, there are.
And what states are those?
Those are Minnesota and Ohio. Both of those were where I trained, and I don't practice in those locations anymore, so I let those licenses lapse.
And what are you licensed in?
So I'm board certified in forensic psychiatry, general psychiatry, and brain injury medicine. My licenses are in medicine.
So can you take us through each one of those board certifications and tell us what was required to achieve and receive the board certification in each one of those fields?
Certainly. So starting with general psychiatry, I became board certified after completing my 4-year residency in psychiatry at the Mayo Clinic. So you have to complete a 4-year residency satisfactorily to be eligible to take the boards. Afterward, you take the boards, which is basically an all-day affair where you sit for about 6 to 8 hours answering questions related to the field of psychiatry. And whether or not you score a passing score on the exam, at that point you can then be certified. With respect to forensic psychiatry, you're required to complete a 1-year fellowship program satisfactorily. So following completion of the Case Western Reserve University forensic fellowship, I was eligible to sit for those boards. They're offered once every other year, so I had to wait a year before I could sit for them. At that time, it's very similar procedure. You go into a testing facility, you basically spend the whole day there answering questions directly related to the field of forensic psychiatry. Then depending on how you perform on that test, you can receive a passing or failing score. Passing score gives you certification. With brain injury medicine, that one has you have to have a requirement of so many clinical hours and so many clinical encounters with patients who have brain injuries. I was able to prove that I met that requirement. It's at that point, similar procedure. You have to sit for an exam for several hours that lasts pretty much the whole day. And then depending on how you perform on that examination, you're given a pass or fail score. If you pass the exam, you're then certified in brain injury medicine.
And you're currently board certified in each of those 3 areas?
Correct.
You mentioned Case Western Reserve. Can you tell the jury more about your experience there, please?
Absolutely. So forensic fellowships are fairly analogous to like an apprenticeship. You're often working underneath the tutelage of essentially a guru at those sites. And so when I was at Case Western Reserve University, Dr. Philip Resnick was the director of the fellowship program. And Dr. Resnick had a extensive experience nationally and internationally with a lot of high-profile cases. And so we had the opportunity to observe his performance of evaluations, to get insights into his approach to performing assessments. And we're then required to perform numerous assessments of our own. For example, while I was there, I performed over 100 competency stand trial evaluations, all of which were supervised, meaning that after I wrote the reports, I had to submit it to a supervisor to ensure that the logic was sound, there were no omissions, there were no critical errors. And so that's the way in which that fellowship would go. And I also had the opportunity to observe the other fellows work. So we would have supervision once every week. And during this time, the other fellows, there were 2 other fellows, they would produce their own reports and then they would be supervised, meaning that all of us would analyze them to identify if there were weaknesses, omissions, or strengths with them. So by doing that, we had the opportunity to learn from one another in addition to our own work.
While working with Dr. Resnick, did you have the opportunity to either work alongside him or learn from him about any major cases that he had been involved in?
Yes, I did.
And what were some of those major cases?
2 of the ones that immediately come to mind was starting with, there was a major Planned Parenthood shooting in Colorado. I was privy to the evidence in that case and was able to listen to Dr. Resnick's thoughts, as well as perform what's called our own parallel evaluation. So he would allow us to look at the evidence, review it, and then form our own reports and opinions, and then discuss those with us without him revealing his thoughts. So it would be independent, and then he would try to ask you questions to make you think about the critical issues. The other major case that came up was the Parkland shooting in Florida. And so I had the opportunity to review evidence in that case along with him. And similar, we had a discussion about relevant issues and thoughts regarding the defendant in that case as well. And then the other major case that he was involved in that we had a lot of exposure to was the Aurora movie shooting, or excuse me, movie theater shooting. That was another case that was quite substantial, and he spent quite a bit of time discussing some of the major issues in that case relevant to the defendant's sanity at the time of the act. And so we had a lot of discussions on that particular case.
After completing the fellowship with Dr. Resnick, where'd you go next?
I went to Phoenix, Arizona, metropolitan area.
And what was the reason you went to Phoenix, Arizona?
So initially, I was going to join the practice of Dr. Stephen Pitt. I should point out that Dr. Pitt and I had interacted quite a bit even prior to my coming out.
Judge 401 for me.
No overrule. It's just background. Unless you have something more specific.
I'm just listening as we go along and just trying to figure out how it answers the question.
Overruled.
So we had been in discussions for quite some time. I had done a rotation with him toward the end of my psychiatry residency before starting my fellowship. So we had been in contact quite a bit. And initially my plan was to join his practice, but a month before I was going to come out there to do that.
Let me stop you. Did he end up, without getting into the details, did he pass away before you started with him?
Correct. He passed away.
Can you tell us about your academic and teaching appointments and experience?
Certainly. So I currently hold 3 academic and teaching appointments. There's a lot of medical schools in the Phoenix area. The first is with the University of Arizona. I hold a clinical assistant professorship. The next is with Creighton University. I also hold an assistant clinical position. And then the third is the Mayo Clinic, where I hold an instructor position. In all those positions, I'm in a position where I typically teach med students, or in some cases, psychiatry residents as well.
And you may have touched on this, but what are your hospital affiliations currently?
So I had a hospital affiliation with Valleywise. Valleywise Health is kind of the community mental health center in the Phoenix metropolitan area. It used to be Maricopa Medical Center.
How about professional committees that you're on at present?
There's several professional committees that I'm on. The most prominent are the American Academy of Psychiatry and Law. There's different professional committees. I'm on the Private Practice Committee. I'm on the Criminal Behavior Committee. And there's I'm also on the Neuropsych Committee as well.
Can you tell the jury, please, about any lectures or presentations that you've given during the course of your career?
I've given quite a few different lectures and presentations on a wide variety of topics related primarily to forensic psychiatry. I've presented on suicide risk assessment, violence risk assessment. I've presented on school shootings and mass violence. I've presented on substance use disorders. I've presented on impaired physicians. This also presented on interfacing with the media and some other issues that come up kind of ancillary to practice.
How about publications that you've been involved in?
I have a few peer-reviewed publications. The biggest publication that I was first author on was a publication related to civil commitment in medically ill patients. Then I had a few other publications where I essentially reviewed a large data bank of patients at the Mayo Clinic who were at one point on a involuntary status and looked at different outcomes with those patients. So there were several other publications that then came out of that. One was related to substance use disorders, then it was related to substance use disorders and justice system involvement, things of that nature.
I already asked you about professional committees, but are you currently a member of any professional organizations?
Yes, I am.
And what are those?
The biggest one would be the American Academy of Psychiatry and the Law.
What does that involve?
So that's a professional committee dedicated to the practice of forensic psychiatry. The purpose is to try to aspire for excellence in the field and to try to improve the practice of this particular branch of medicine.
Have you received any honors in the course of your career?
Yes, I have.
Can you tell the jury about those, please?
I was given an instructor status as a resident at Mayo Clinic. That's reserved for individuals that have shown particular excellence or promise within the field of teaching and education. I would say that's probably the biggest honor that I received.
Have you ever testified as an expert before?
Yes, I have.
In what topic areas?
I've testified in a wide variety of topics. I've testified in family law matters regarding custody as well as safety of a parent, so basically parental fitness. I've testified in probate matters, sometimes related to guardianship of a vulnerable adult exploitation cases. I've testified about conservatorship and financial exploitation. I've also testified in deposition about contested wills, so competency to execute a will, undue influence at the time of executing a will. I've testified in civil cases regarding damages, causation, things of that nature, employment suits. And then in criminal cases, I've testified about a fairly wide variety of subjects.
Does that include?
I'm going to ask if you could just slow down just a bit.
Sure, sorry about that.
Sorry, Adam.
Thanks.
Doctor, does that include being qualified as an expert in forensic psychiatry?
Yes, all of those cases I mentioned would have included that.
So for each one of the topic areas or types of cases that you've taken us through, you were being qualified as an expert in forensic psychiatry in those.
Yes, I was.
In what courts and in what states?
So most of that would have been in the Superior Court of Maricopa County, which is in Arizona. I've had other states admit my testimony. That includes Texas, Missouri. Then I provided deposition testimony in California as well.
Your Honor, at this time, I move to have Dr. Lamoureux qualified as an expert in forensic psychiatry.
No vote or objection.
All right, thank you. He will be qualified as an expert in that field.
Dr. Lamoureux, can you tell the jury what does your work involve on a daily basis?
So I think the good news about my work is that it's never quite the same. So things generally stay pretty interesting. It depends on what types of cases I have in front of me. Sometimes I might be working on a contested will case, in which case I'm probably reviewing a lot of documents. Other times in like a custody case, largely be interviewing the parents, possibly looking at their interaction with a child, things of that nature. In criminal cases, I often am called to go to correctional facilities to interview criminal defendants to get some insight into their state of mind at the time of the offense. In civil cases, I might have a litigant come to my office to discuss what damages they may or may not have experienced as the result of alleged negligence. So it can vary from day to day.
How has your work changed or progressed over the last several years, if at all?
I would say the biggest change is that when I first started practicing, I did a lot more clinical work. So I was often covering shifts at the hospital more frequently. And then over time, I started to do much more of this type of forensic expert work to the point now where I'm almost exclusively doing forensic work.
And do you work for the defense and the prosecution in different criminal cases?
Yes, I do.
Which one do you tend to work with more just over the course of your experience as an expert in forensic psychiatry?
Objection. Boulder.
Overruled.
I would say currently I've worked with the defense about 80% or so of the time. The Maricopa County Public Defender's Office frequently has their lawyers reach out to me.
How do you usually come to be involved in a case involving a sanity evaluation?
Typically, it's one of the either the prosecution or the defense reaches out. Oftentimes, there's already been an evaluation done, and they would like a more robust evaluation performed, or a second opinion is the typical way in which that occurs.
So you're the one who's reviewing the sanity evaluation and then providing, as you put it, the second opinion.
Oftentimes, yes.
And that first review, that first sanity evaluation is usually conducted by doctors working in connection with what?
Oftentimes it would be done either through a county contract. So they have, in Arizona, there's doctors that are contracted with the county to perform these types of evaluations at a a kind of flat rate as part of their contract. Other times it would be county hospital doctors that might see the defendant as a general course of their work.
So county hospital, would that include state hospital?
Correct.
What types of cases or situations do you tend to become involved in or retained for?
I would say over the course of my career, it's tended to become more complicated, more involved cases. Typically, if the issues are more straightforward or lower magnitude, they're less likely to reach out to me. There's other people that do that type of work more frequently. I tend to get the more convoluted ones.
And you said lower profile, I think you said?
Correct. Lower profile tends to go to other experts in the area. Actually, other experts sometimes do tell their attorneys that it may be a good idea to call me sometimes, where they'll say,
Bolstering non-responsive.
Sustained.
So you become involved in sanity evaluations often after it's done by individuals working for a county or state hospital, and then you're part of either for the prosecution or usually for the defense, the review process, and then you provide an opinion.
correct. In general, that's often how it goes.
When did you first become involved in this case, Dr. Lamoureux?
I think I first became involved earlier February of this year. That would be my recollection. I know at one point your office did float the case by me earlier, but I think February was more of the official involvement.
And when you say float, you mean we reached out to you and discussed the possibility?
Correct.
Were you retained through the use of additional funding secured by our office?
Yes,
since it's a mass shooting case?
yes, correct. That's my understanding.
Can you tell the jury just generally, what did your work on this case include? What'd you do?
This case involved probably the most substantial record review I've ever done. The just vast amount of information and documentation that was generated required substantial review. There was hours and hours of video footage that I reviewed as well. So just broadly speaking, it was reviewing the available police record, the clinical records, the jail records, any sort of witness statements that were part of the police record, reviewing the jail records themselves, jail mental health records, hospital mental health records, hospital records, and then a lot of body-worn camera footage as well.
So fair to say you reviewed a significant portion of all the video evidence in the case?
I believe so, yes.
Did you also listen to 911 calls?
Yes, I did.
And when you say you reviewed the police reports, are we talking about thousands and thousands of pages that you reviewed?
Correct.
How many hours did you work on this case, Dr. Lamoureux?
I would estimate it at about 300 hours.
At some point, did this case become a full-time endeavor for you?
Yes, it did.
And how much did our office pay you for the work you've done on this case?
Approximately $150,000.
And again, that's through the additional funding secured by our office.
Yes.
It's a significant amount of money, right?
Yes, it's
So let me ask you, does funding have any impact on where you land on a particular case?
Objection, bolstering.
Overall.
Go ahead, doctor.
no, it does not.
Can you tell the jury more about that, please?
Yes. So when I take a case, I always discuss with the attorney that retains me up front that I'm going to give them my honest opinion based on my review of the information. That's sometimes something attorneys don't want to hear. And I will tell them that if I find something that's contrary to their position, I will let them know, but I'm not going to alter my opinions in any way. And this has come up throughout my career. It's kind of awkward at times where you've been invested into a case and you're telling the person who's retained you that you're not going to be able to help them. But that's a scenario that's played out several times now, and I'm very comfortable telling attorneys who retain me that I can't help them or that my opinion is contrary to what their position might be.
And did you give us the same, or did you take the same approach with us when we first reached out to you about the possibility of you working on this case?
Yes, I did.
And I want to follow up on something you just said. Have there been times where one side or another has retained you in a criminal case, and after working on the case, you've had to inform them, I'm not going to reach the decision you've retained me for, perhaps?
Objection, also answered. Overruled.
Go ahead, doctor.
Yes, that scenario has happened before.
So we're going to transition now and talk about the work you did on this case. And you touched on the fact that you reviewed everything in terms of videos, police reports, and so on.
Yes.
And did you review all of that with an eye towards putting together this report?
Yes, I did.
Tell the jury, how do you distinguish between mental illness and sanity?
So mental illness is going to be the diagnosis of an illness of the mind. So you're looking for the presence of a diagnosis. We typically use the DSM-5, which is the American Psychiatric Association Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. It's now in the 5th edition. That book outlines certain criteria for different types of mental disorders. Diagnosing a mental disorder involves an evaluation of the individual, analysis of collateral from that individual, and then looking with an eye to see if they meet criteria for certain conditions. Sanity is a legal issue. So backing up just 30,000-foot view, mental illness is a clinical issue, sanity is a legal issue. With respect to sanity, what you're doing is you're first looking to see if the individual has a mental disorder. So that's the gateway criteria. If the individual does not have a mental disorder, your job is essentially done at that point. You don't move on to step 2. Step 2, if you do identify that the individual has a mental disorder, is to see whether or not that mental disorder interferes with their ability to perform a certain legal task. Every state has a different sanity statute. In the state of Colorado, the task that you're looking at is whether or not the defendant has the ability to distinguish right from wrong. And so if a defendant were to be insane, they would have to have a mental disorder, and then that mental disorder would have to cause them not to distinguish between right and wrong.
And in this case, you used the Colorado statutes to guide your analysis.
Yes, I did.
And part of your analysis was to determine whether the defendant had a mental disease or defect or disorder, as you said.
Yes, correct.
And then the ability to distinguish between wrong and right.
Yes,
And then next, the ability to form intent and premeditation.
correct. That's the second prong in the Colorado statute.
So just tell the jury, just generally, before we get into specifics, what did you look at in making the determinations you did in this case?
So I looked at all of those materials that I reviewed at the outset. I looked at the police records. I looked at the hospital records. I looked at the contemporaneous video evidence, so the evidence of the offense itself. I looked at the police reports, the FBI reports, the Celebrite extraction of the defendant's cell phone. I reviewed all of that evidence that was part of the police file. Then I also looked at the hospital records, the jail records, and then I had the opportunity to review the sanity evaluation performed by Doctors Gray and Torres over 4 separate meetings with the defendant.
Did you watch those video recorded interviews by Doctors Gray and Torres?
Yes, I did.
And did you also review the sanity evaluation report that they provided to the court?
Yes, I did.
Was there anything you were unable to do that you would have liked to have done?
Yes.
What is that?
Judge, objection, can we approach?
Yes.
That you would have liked to have done that you were unable to do in this case?
I would have liked to have been provided the opportunity to evaluate the defendant myself.
And are you aware that the law in Colorado doesn't authorize you to conduct an interview of the defendant during that process?
Yes, I am.
So as a legal matter, you could not do that.
Correct.
But you reached out to us and said, can I interview this person? And you were informed not under the law in Colorado.
Yes, that's correct.
But you did watch the interviews conducted by Doctors Gray and Torres.
Yes, I did.
So we're going to turn to, based on your review of their report, but also their 4 video recorded interviews of the defendant, what is your opinion to a reasonable degree of certainty at the time of the sanity evaluation by Doctors Gray and Torres of the defendant's current diagnosis of schizophrenia?
It was my opinion that the defendant had schizophrenia at the time that he was evaluated by Doctors Gray and Torres. It was also my opinion that it was likely in partial remission, and I could certainly describe that as well.
please.
So when I say partial remission, it's a specific specifier in the DSM-5, which demonstrates that the illness is not 100% gone, so to speak. There's still some residual symptoms, but there's evidence that it's not in a full episode. So when I reviewed those evaluations by Drs. Gray and Torres, I noted that the defendant's degree of emotional expression was quite diminished. His spontaneity of speech was relatively low. And so those symptoms indicated that there were still some residual negative symptoms of schizophrenia present at the time of his assessments.
And you would agree that the defendant has schizophrenia?
Yes.
How many people in the world have schizophrenia?
It's fairly constant. Schizophrenia is one of the conditions where we see that the rates are pretty constant regardless of what country you're looking at. It's about 1% regardless of where you are.
So how many people in the United States approximately have schizophrenia today?
So I've seen estimates that there are about 340 to 360 million people living in the United States. And based off of that, I would estimate about 3.4 to 3.6 million people live in the United States with schizophrenia.
Does having schizophrenia mean that someone is legally insane?
No, it does not.
Can you explain that to the jury, please?
So as I was discussing earlier, having schizophrenia is a clinical diagnosis. It's a clinical issue where they meet the criteria for that mental disorder. Being insane is where there is a mental disorder that interferes with that individual's ability to distinguish right from wrong or form that culpable mental state. So when you look at people with schizophrenia, many of them, in fact, most of them, stay out of trouble. They're often victims rather than victimizers. They're often, when they are arrested, if something does happen, oftentimes they are able to distinguish right from wrong. So it has to be assessed on a case-by-case basis. There's no blanket statement that you can really make regarding a person with schizophrenia's ability to distinguish right from wrong, or therefore a person living with schizophrenia's sanity or insanity.
Based on your extensive review, what led you to reach the conclusion that the doctors had diagnosed the defendant accurately that he has schizophrenia?
There were a lot of factors that supported the diagnosis of schizophrenia. And when you've got a case like this where there's vast amounts of records and interviews, you were able to get a good sense of the defendant's progression of the condition. It appeared that he met the prodrome symptoms of schizophrenia toward the end of high school. We started to see a bit of that social withdrawal, decline in functioning, some odd beliefs, some odd behaviors, and then you started to see it progress to the point where he was having what appeared to be more full symptoms of schizophrenia as we started to progress closer to the offense. So his parents describing and brothers describing, for example, him believing that a key fob was spying on him. So then he destroyed the key fob. Belief that he was being monitored through the internet or that law enforcement agencies were watching him as he was viewing pornography. Those start to become more of those positive symptoms of schizophrenia. And then following his arrest, we were able to observe the course of his illness and noted that there was a lot of prominent negative symptoms, some bizarre behavior. I think the more prominent incident that I reviewed was at one point he stood up on a table and became very fixated at a security camera, appearing to respond to hallucinations at times. And all of those factors throughout the record supported that diagnosis.
Did he also demonstrate, you touched on this, but the negative symptoms of schizophrenia?
Yes, he did.
What did those include based on your review in this case?
So most prominent was certainly withdrawal. It seemed as though when I reviewed the clinical records, a lot of what the psychiatrists and clinical team were looking at is getting him to become more socially active, more active on the unit and that sort of thing. It looked as though they were gauging his response to treatment at one point in terms of his engagement in groups, engagement with others. So certainly social withdrawal was probably one of the most prominent negative symptoms. There's also the diminished degree of emotional expression. So just generally remaining expressionless was an example of a negative symptom. What we call poverty of speech, which is a fancy way of saying limited amount of talking, limited amount of engagement. lack of volition, so lack of drive, not attending to one's own personal hygiene, not really getting out of bed, not looking forward to doing anything. All of those are negative symptoms of schizophrenia that were present in this case.
Did you see any or note any decline in function over time, particularly after the defendant was arrested on March 22nd?
Yes, there was decline in function.
Tell the jury about what you observed in the records, please.
Yes, the records demonstrated that over time he was less and less engaged. He was not attending to personal hygiene. He was not speaking. His willingness to get up and out of his cell was limited. All these factors were indicative of declining function, especially from the negative symptom standpoint.
You mentioned a prodrome. What's a prodrome?
Yeah, so a prodrome is a phenomenon we see in medicine. Whenever I talk about prodrome, I typically use the analogy of the flu. So when you get the flu, you often have kind of that prodrome, meaning that there's kind of the harbinger of the flu. So you might feel like you're kind of tired. You might not feel very well. You might feel like you're kind of foggy. You're not thinking it that well. You may go to bed early. Then the following morning, you wake up, you've got the fever, you've got the chills, you've got the cough, you've got GI upset, you've got all those symptoms of the flu. So the prodrome is that time where you're not quite exhibiting the full symptoms, but you're showing that those disease symptoms are starting to come on.
And how did that play a role here based on your review, doctor?
As I said, I think that I saw evidence of the prodrome toward the end of his high school career. You started to see him withdraw from things that were once important. For example, wrestling, it seemed like that was important to the defendant. He just started to withdraw from that. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu was another thing that the defendant appeared to have been engaged in. He started to withdraw from that. You started to see these kinds of social isolation, less interest in, for example, pursuing romantic relationships. That was something that had previously been of interest. And so when you start seeing that type of withdrawal, and you know with hindsight that the individual does have schizophrenia, you can pretty safely say that that's part of the prodrome of the condition.
And you mentioned during this process, the defendant was going through that you read some information about him having hallucinations.
Yes.
Are you referring to auditory hallucinations?
Yes, I am.
And by that, I mean voices.
Correct. Hearing voices or hearing sounds.
How would you describe his comments about the voices, just generally?
So there were certain things that he was quite consistent about. He was very consistent that they were often screaming or yelling, very loud. And his description is fairly atypical. Most people with schizophrenia, they start to hear kind of a running commentary, or they hear actual words. Oftentimes starts with hearing their name being called. And it also, most people with schizophrenia tend to experience it during periods of quiet, particularly when they try to go to bed at night, when they're alone. Those are situations where you would expect the hallucinatory phenomenon to be at its highest. The defendant seemed to indicate that there was no real rhyme or reason to the timing of the hallucinations, that, again, they were mostly yelling, screaming, could not decipher what they were saying. So that aspect was consistent. There was some inconsistencies as well. I noted that in one of the sanity evaluations with Drs. Gray and Torres, he initially said it was a singular voice, then later started referring to plural voices. So that was an inconsistency that I noted.
Does hearing a voice or voices mean that someone is legally insane?
No, it does not.
Can you explain that to the jury, please?
Sure. So hallucinations as a phenomenon is a symptom of the illness where the brain, because it's dysfunctional in the way it is firing, thinks that it's hearing things that are not there. But hearing a voice or hearing command even is not going to interfere with one's ability to distinguish right from wrong. Oftentimes people living with schizophrenia may complain about the voices because it's telling them to do something they know to be wrong. So for example, one of the frequent things that I would see in the emergency department when I was a psychiatric resident at the Mayo Clinic would be a person with schizophrenia coming in and complaining that a voice was telling them to hurt someone else, and that it was really distressing to them, and that they knew that hurting someone else was wrong and they wanted it to stop.
I'm going to transition now and ask you some questions about the security video footage from King Soopers. Did you, as part of your work on this case, watch all of that?
Yes, I did.
What were your observations, generally speaking, before I get into some of the specifics, based on your review of the video from King Soopers?
When I reviewed the video of the King Soopers on March 22nd, I noted that the defendant was very purposeful, intentional, and deliberate in his actions. I did not observe any sort of confusion or disorganization. Everything was almost robotic with a lot of evidence of practice.
Any signs of auditory hallucinations or voices during the attack on King Soopers?
I did not observe any evidence of that.
If there had been any indications of voices playing a role during the defendant's attack at King Soopers, what would that have looked like?
Judge calls for speculation. We've already heard testimony that auditory hallucinations can manifest in many different ways.
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure. What led you to conclude that the defendant was not hearing auditory hallucinations during his actions at King Soopers?
So in this case, I had the benefit of the hospital records where he was observed hallucinating. And when he was observed hallucinating, the doctors and clinical staff would describe specific types of actions and behaviors that were indicative of hallucinating. One was that he would dart his eyes rapidly about the room, become fixated on things that were not there, seemed to be moving his head about as though some voice or something was talking to him. Again, looking at something that's not there, getting fixated on things that are not there. In this video, he was indicative of hallucinating. One was that he would dart his eyes rapidly about the room, become fixated on things that were not there, seemed to be moving his head about as though some voice or something was talking to him. Again, looking at something that's not there, getting fixated on things that are not there. In this video, he was fixated on identifying and acquiring human beings to shoot.
So no signs in your review of the video of auditory hallucinations?
Correct.
And you said hyperfocus?
Correct.
On killing people? Is that degree of focus consistent with someone who's also hearing auditory hallucinations?
In general, it is not. When you're hallucinating, a good exercise is to imagine someone, well, in this case, it was screaming voices. So if you were to imagine someone standing beside you, shouting and screaming at you, you quickly understand that would be very distracting. You would be forced at times to respond to that person shouting at you. It would interfere with your ability to carry out certain tasks. And so when I reviewed the King Soopers shooting video, it was quite remarkable to me just how focused and fixated he was on carrying out the shooting.
What would you note about the defendant's ability to focus and follow the commands from SWAT at the time he surrendered and was arrested?
That also was remarkable in that he was very focused, followed the commands to a T, did not hesitate when following the commands. That was highly suggestive that he was not experiencing hallucinations. In fact, one of the things that I've done over my career is I've done what's called CIT training for law enforcement. And
Non-responsive at this
Sustained.
point.
I'll ask you a follow-up question, okay?
okay.
Based on your review of that video segment where he's surrendering to law enforcement and following their instructions, did you see anything to indicate the defendant was confused?
No, I did not.
Do you see anything to indicate that he was hearing screaming or yelling in his head at that point?
No, I did not.
And is that in part because of how quickly and clearly he was able to follow all the commands being given
Correct.
in what would likely have been a high stress situation?
Exactly.
And did he demonstrate any difficulty or hesitancy at all during that process?
No, he did not.
Did you also, Dr. Lemro, have an opportunity to watch him on video at the Boulder County Hospital the next day, March 23rd, when a search warrant was executed on his person?
Yes, I did.
And I'm referring specifically to when photos were being taken and he was being given instructions.
Yes.
How would you describe what you observed in that video?
That video was also consistent with the video of his surrender at the King Soopers. He very clearly heard what the instructions were that he was being given. He responded to them quickly. He complied with them. He did not demonstrate any confusion or inability to hear what he was being told to do. And he was able to comply with them in a very straightforward, unremarkable fashion.
So what do you make of that in your expert opinion?
At that time, I also believe he was not hallucinating based on his behaviors.
Let's turn to his ability to distinguish right from wrong, okay?
Okay.
What is your expert opinion to a reasonable degree of certainty that the defendant was able to distinguish right from wrong on March 22nd, 2021?
It's my opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that the defendant was able to distinguish right from wrong at that time.
Despite having schizophrenia?
Correct.
Can you please explain that to the jury?
So there were several factors that I considered to come to this opinion. One of the key factors was that when he spoke with Doctors Gray and Torres, he indicated that his plan was either to die in a shootout or that he would be taken to jail. In fact, at one point they asked him, why were you intending to die? And he responded something to the effect of, I knew that if I didn't, I would be taken to jail. So that demonstrates the understanding of wrongfulness.
Any indication at all that he was suffering from delusional beliefs that would lead him to conclude that his conduct was justified?
No, there was no evidence of delusional beliefs. And when you reviewed the entirety of the record, you did not appreciate any delusional beliefs that were related to the shooting. The delusional beliefs that I did note were, again, related to paranoia involving surveillance. His parents and family did note that he appeared to be paranoid or believed that he was being surveilled by either a key fob, laptop computer, but he had no delusions based on my review of the record related to the shooting itself.
So, for example, he had no delusions that he was sending the people in King Supers to heaven or banishing demons or anything that would appear to make it justified in the defendant's mind.
Correct. There was no evidence of that.
What did you make of the lack of apparent justification in the defendant's own mind?
It's difficult to see something like this and then not have a clear rationale for it. However, there are instances where people do horrific things absent a clear and obvious rationale. So I think it's important, especially in my line of work, one of the cardinal concepts is not to look at conduct or a crime and then work backwards and say, well, it must have been mental illness. You have to look to see if mental illness drove the crime, not the opposite.
And in looking for the defendant's ability to distinguish between right and wrong, did you also observe the two waves of police responses to King Supers, the first with Officer Talley and other officers, and then the second wave about a minute later?
Yes, I did.
What observations did you make about that in terms of the defendant's ability to distinguish right from wrong?
When I saw the first wave, it was notable to me that the defendant took up a flanking position and took up an ambush position such that when Officer Talley, who was at the top of the stack, when he was exposed, that's when the defendant chose to fire a shot, striking him in the head and killing him. I thought that was important because it did appear that based on review of the video that he understood the police response was there for him and that he acted in the manner that he did. During the second wave, at that point, the Teradyne vehicle had already arrived. The store was surrounded. The SWAT had a ballistic shield. There were more tactical officers present at that point. That's the point at which the defendant elected to remove his clothing, put down his weapons, and surrender.
And I have a couple follow-up questions for you, if I may. You're looking at these things in terms of whether the defendant has the ability to distinguish right from wrong.
Correct.
And were these consistent with someone who's distinguishing between right and wrong?
Yes, they were.
Why is it that the police response, and focusing on Officer Talley's response to King Supers, why is it that you would look to that to see if the defendant can distinguish between right and wrong? What's significant about that?
So again, with this defendant, there was no evidence that he believed that the police were anything but the police, that they were there to enforce the laws of the state. And so there was nothing to suggest that he believed that the police would do anything but behave as normal law enforcement. His taking up a flanking position and ambushing them indicates that he understood that they were there to enforce the law, and that his conduct was what precipitated the police response. He did not walk up to law enforcement officers, make statements to them suggesting that he believed that they were there to assist him in a mission. He did not try to greet them with open arms or anything of that nature. So he did not have any beliefs or behaviors that suggested that he believed that law enforcement would have supported his actions or viewed his actions as right.
And does the fact that you concluded the defendant believed they were there in response to what he had done, does that help you in analyzing whether the defendant could distinguish between right and wrong?
Yes, it does.
How so?
Because it demonstrates that the defendant understood that his conduct precipitated or caused law enforcement to respond to him. He demonstrated that he knew that they were there for him. He did not appear to be surprised by them responding. And then, in fact, in the interviews with Craig and Torres, he reinforced that he knew that law enforcement was there due to his actions.
I'm going to transition just a bit here to talk about his comments, the defendant's comments to Dr. Torres and Dr. Gray, that he wanted to die in a shootout with law enforcement as opposed to going to jail. Do you recall those statements?
Yes, I do.
What'd you make of those statements?
Those statements reinforced that the defendant was able to distinguish right from wrong. If an individual understands that law enforcement would potentially shoot them or bring them into custody, that demonstrates that that individual understands that society as a whole would view their conduct as wrong.
What about his decision to not act on that hope of being killed? What are some possible reasons why, if the defendant genuinely wanted to be killed, that he ended up being arrested after surrendering at the end of it all?
It's hard to say exactly why, but certainly one thought that came to mind, having reviewed all the material, was that he had been previously shot in the leg. That obviously caused him some pain, especially when reviewing the hospital records. He complained of pain to hospital staff. He was very frustrated when they wouldn't give him narcotic medication for pain. So it could be that the act of being shot dissuaded him of the initial thought of going out by being shot to death by police.
Let's turn to the defendant's statements to Doctors Gray and Torres that he knew he was shooting at people in King Soopers and outside in the parking lot. Do you recall those statements the defendant made to Doctors Gray and Torres?
Yes, I do.
What did you make of those statements, Dr. Lamoureux?
Those statements are very important because sometimes what you see in persons with schizophrenia is they can have what's called a delusional misidentification syndrome, which is just a fancy way of saying that they believe people who are not who they seem to be or who they say they are. A common example would be an individual looks the same, talks the same, but they're actually a demonic possession. A demon has killed them and possessed their body and is now acting as them. These are very dangerous syndromes because people who believe this might be inclined to try to harm other people under the misidentified belief that they're someone else. So when the defendant said that he understood that he was shooting people, that he understood that the law enforcement was law enforcement, that's very important as it demonstrates that he did not have any delusional misidentification syndrome, that he knew he was shooting other people. He wasn't banishing demons. He wasn't sending sinners to heaven. All of these other thoughts that you sometimes see in these conditions were not present, that he understood that the victims were in fact people.
Additionally, did he ever express any doubt in the video interviews with Doctors Gray and Torres that they were in fact people that he was killing?
No, he never expressed any doubt there.
Did he claim any legal or moral justification in killing them?
No, he did not.
What did you take from that, if anything?
Again, it's important because it helps to reinforce that there were no delusional beliefs that would have affected his ability to distinguish right from wrong. So that, again, helps to reinforce that there were no active delusions related to the crime at the time of the offense on March 22nd, 2021.
And you mentioned earlier you reviewed the information from his phone, am I correct?
Yes.
I think you referred to it as the Celebrate data.
Yes, I did.
Any indication there that he did not know that killing people was wrong?
No, none whatsoever.
Or any indication that he believed it was justified?
No.
any statements to the mental health professionals in all the records you reviewed that he believed his actions to be justified on March 22nd, 2021?
No, I did not see any statements to that effect.
Any evidence that he had any purpose or reaction to doing this?
There was some.
Tell us about that, please.
So I believe it was the fourth interview with Drs. Gray and Torres, he did indicate that he experienced an adrenaline rush during the shooting. And there was also some witness testimony that seemed to help reinforce that as well.
When you say witness testimony, you're referring to witness statements and police interviews?
Yes, I am.
Okay. What were those witness statements that you're referring to?
The most prominent was a pharmacist at the King Supers who overheard the defendants exclaiming something to the effect of, "This is a lot of fun," or "This is so much fun," while the shooting was going on.
What do you make of that?
When I look at that type of statement and then look at it with under the conjunction of the latter statement about experiencing adrenaline, it does raise the possibility of personal gratification or thrill as a motivation for the shooting.
How do in the interviews, and the jury has heard a lot about this already, but the defendant's constant references to voices, how does that factor into your analysis here on the things you've just discussed, if at all?
So when I look at the discussion of voices, I'm looking to see if the voices have any interface with any delusional beliefs. Again, I think voices independent of delusions are themselves not truly relevant to a sanity assessment. The voices have to be in some way connected to a delusional belief. So for example, if the defendant had believed that the voices were that of God and that God was commanding him to do something, that's a situation where you might expect there to be some inability to distinguish right from wrong, because if you truly believe that God is commanding you to do something, that would suggest that you believe that what you're doing is morally justifiable. In this case, there was no such belief articulated by the defendant. At no point did he state that he believed what he was doing was divinely justified or had some broader purpose that was to the betterment of humanity or to his own betterment.
So no justification whatsoever from the defendant.
Correct.
And I want to circle back to something you just said about if a person said it was the voice of God commanding them to do it, would that automatically render them legally insane?
Not automatically.
Bless you.
It's there would have to be an analysis of whether or not that was accurate, because obviously that can sometimes be a defense that's made after the fact to try to justify things. So there would have to be a lot of evidence that occurred prior to the offense to help to support that, as well as consistent evidence afterward. So a defendant merely stating during a sanity eval that God commanded me to do this, a savvy forensic psychiatrist or psychologist is going to want to view that quite skeptically and to try to identify a lot of corroborating data to support such a statement.
So in a case of that nature, the hypothetical that you've offered to the jury, you'd still have to look at all the factors and all the evidence that you've discussed up to this point to determine if that defendant were legally insane.
Exactly right.
And in this case, there's no indication whatsoever of any command voices or voices justifying the defendant's actions.
Correct.
And by that, I mean the defendant never identifies what the voices are saying, a source, a command, voice of God, anything of that nature.
Correct. The defendant never said that he understood who the voices were. He never proffered an idea as to who they were. He never said that they commanded him to do anything. He was very consistent in that they were just screaming or indiscernible. So at no point did he express experiencing what we call command auditory hallucinations. So hallucinations where the voice is saying to do a particular action.
And based on your review of all the evidence in the case and all the records, you concluded that the defendant understood the difference between wrong and right.
Yes, I did.
And that's your expert opinion.
Yes, it is.
We're going to turn to another area, but first I just want to check in with the court.
I think we'll keep going, given that break that we took into.
Sure. Thank you, Your Honor. So I'd like to turn now to the defendant's ability to form the culpable mental state, that other prong. And I'm going to refer generally through this as intent or premeditation, okay?
Okay.
What steps did you take to develop your analysis about this particular area?
So with respect to this particular analysis, I followed the same steps that I did with respect to the analysis of right from wrong. I reviewed the available evidence, looked at the interviews of the defendant, reviewed the footage, reviewed the cell phone poll. So there was not any change in methodology. It was still the same approach.
And what is your expert opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty of whether the defendant was able to form the culpable mental state, and again, it's intent and premeditation, on March 22nd, 2021?
It is my opinion with the reasonable medical certainty that the defendant was able to form the requisite intent on March 22nd, 2021 with respect to the criminal acts.
Generally speaking, what led you to that conclusion, doctor?
I would say there was quite a bit of evidence, but the strongest evidence was the cell phone data. So when I reviewed the cell phone data, I noted that the defendant performed numerous search strings that were directed at increasing the lethality of his actions. So there were search strings for most, I don't recall exactly, but it's something to the effect of most deadly ammunition or highest likelihood to kill ammunition. He searched for 30-round magazines, so demonstrating he wanted more ammunition rather than the 15-round magazines that the purchase records reflected. There were search strings for improving the firing rate of the weapon, so looking at, for example, bump stocks or full auto modification to the weapon. There were also searches related to explosives, so looking at potentially making an IED, which would have obviously increased the lethality of the actions.
So the ammunition, the magazines, the modifications to rifles for automatic fire, explosives, and so on.
Yes.
How would you categorize the evidence in this case that the defendant intentionally and knowingly set out to kill many people?
In this case, I think it was quite overwhelming. There was a substantial, in fact, tremendous amount of evidence that that was what the defendant set out to do in this case.
What makes you say that?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, there's a lot of the cell phone data, but even the contemporaneous data from the shooting itself. It was quite striking to me when reviewing the video footage of the shooting. There were times where the defendant appeared to have wounded a victim. You could tell that that victim still was alive and that there was a chance that that victim may have survived the attack. In all of those cases, the defendant proceeded to follow up and fire additional shots or deliver coup de grace, often shooting them in the head or shooting them multiple times, ensuring that they would die. Those victims that he shot in the head, he'd often move on from because that was obviously a highly lethal point to be shot. So that evidence was very striking. And when looking at the autopsies, the number of shots and the location of the shots of these victims indicated that the defendant did not want to leave their mortality to chance.
Did you also look at the notes from the defendant's phone, specifically around handling weapons and different tactics?
Yes, I did.
What observations did you make from the note section of the defendant's phone that you examined?
One of the most striking elements of the note section was that the defendant had a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu section where he discussed different Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu techniques and movements, and that it appeared over time he had started to fill the remainder of that note with weapons handling and what we call CQB tactics, so close quarter battle tactics, with respect to the use of firearms to increase one's efficiency in moving into a space and shooting any individuals that one might encounter. CQB tactics are often used by the military.
Jet outside the scope of this expertise. These are qualifying.
You want to respond?
Your Honor, I can move on.
Okay, thank you.
You're finding different things in the note section of the phone about tactical maneuvers and how to handle an assault rifle.
Correct.
Without getting into some of the things you might know about, close quarter battle, for example, just tell us what was significant in terms of your analysis of the defendant and his ability to form intent and premeditation leading up to and including March 22nd, 2021.
Yeah, so just quite simply, it appeared as though he was applying the discipline of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and learning techniques to weapons handling and increasing his proficiency with a weapon.
What's the reason, talked about the phone, what's the reason you look at the planning and preparation of the defendant in trying to assess his ability to form the culpable mental state?
Looking at planning is very relevant to this particular analysis because when someone is planning something out, it demonstrates that they are taking steps to achieve a certain outcome. And when you're looking at intent, that really gets to the heart of the matter. If you're taking steps and putting things in order with the anticipation of carrying out an action, you're demonstrating that you understand what you're doing and you're trying to achieve a certain outcome. You're not just letting it go to chance and leave certain outcomes to chance. You're trying to make sure that you accomplish whatever it is you're setting out to do.
Shifting now to March 22nd itself, what observations did you make about what the defendant brought with him to King Soopers as it relates to his ability to form the culpable mental state?
So the defendant chose to bring multiple firearms with him. He brought a semi-automatic 9mm handgun, as well as a semi-automatic high-powered rifle chambered in .223. He brought a tactical vest, which he used to hold both the semi-automatic handgun, as well as several magazines for both the handgun as well as the semi-automatic rifle. That demonstrates that the defendant planned out to carry a large amount of ammunition with him, either to inflict multiple casualties or to ensure that he had the opportunity to continue to shoot those that he had shot, which would increase the likelihood that they would die from the shooting rather than simply be wounded.
Fair to say it indicates a planning and intent to increase the lethality of what he's going to do at King Soopers?
Yes, it does.
You've hit on how he carried out the actual shootings of each of the victims. Let me turn now to another question I have for you. I'm going to give you a hypothetical. Let's say a bank robber plans to rob a bank, does all the research about the location of the bank, the security system, security guards, what shift they work, buys all the weapons and the equipment that he's going to need, looks up different locations for the bank robbery. And after the robbery is completed, despite all the planning and preparation, the bank robber claims that he simply or had a psychotic break on the actual day of the robbery. In your experience, is that possible?
I've certainly never come across anything remotely resembling that. I suppose it's somewhat of an error to say it's completely outside the realm of possibility, but it would be an incredibly unlikely scenario. Someone that takes all that type of planning, scopes out and location, takes those kinds of steps, that indicates that they're at least thinking rationally with respect to the actions themselves. And then to experience a psychotic break at the moment of the incident and then carry out the incident with that pre-planning according to a plan, that would cut quite strongly against the idea that they experience a psychotic break at the moment of the bank robbery.
You say, though, anything's possible.
Correct.
What do you mean by that?
There's always a small chance of something occurring when it comes to human behavior and the human mind. I think it's potentially an error to say it's completely impossible, but we're talking about something that would be incredibly unlikely and that would require quite a bit of corroborating evidence and data to support that occurred.
And you've never heard of or experienced such a thing in your work in this field?
Correct. And I think I can say this with quite a bit of certainty, which is that if something like this were to occur, it would be front and center in some of our annual meetings as a field, because it would be such an unbelievable.
401, 403, non-responsive.
Overall.
You were saying it's so unbelievable.
Correct. It would be so unlikely, so unbelievable that it would be something that everyone would be talking about for quite some time.
And any indication in this case, in the reality of this case, that that's what happened?
None from my review of the case.
Is that something you're pretty certain of based on your review?
Yes, I am.
I'm going to switch gears here. In your review of the reports, the videos, the voluminous discovery in the case, any indication the defendant was suffering from any cultural barriers or impacts here?
No, I did not see that.
Is that something you look for?
Yes, it is.
And what's the reason you look for it?
Well, the reason is that mental illness does not occur in a vacuum. Mental illness happens to human beings. Human beings are products of their culture, their upbringing. So we need to be sensitive to who the person is and not just look at them as simply an illness. So when we look at their cultural background, we look to see if perhaps that illness might, sorry, we look to see if perhaps that illness is in some way interfacing with their cultural beliefs and try to piece apart whether or not that is occurring and to what extent that's influencing their behaviors.
From all your work on the case, what did you conclude about the defendant's ability to form the culpable mental state, specifically intent and premeditation, on March 22nd, 2021?
From all my work on this case, it was quite clear to me that the defendant has the ability to form that culpable mental state on March 22nd, 2021.
And from all your work on the case, the defendant also have the ability to distinguish between right and wrong on March 22nd, 2021.
That's correct. I found that the defendant was able to distinguish right from wrong on March 22nd, 2021.
And ultimately, doctor, in your expert opinion, what did you conclude about the defendant's sanity on March 22nd, 2021?
I concluded that the defendant would be legally sane at the time of the offenses on March 22nd, 2021.
And based on all your work to get on this case, you put together this report that's contained in the binder here.
Correct.
And was that report provided to the defense in this case? And did you meet with defense counsel in advance of this trial?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, one moment, please. Your Honor, I have no further questions for Dr. Lamoureux. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
We'll take our afternoon break for 15 minutes, which would put us at 20 till 4. Remind you of the admonition, and Brian will come get you shortly before 20 to 4, and we'll finish up with the doctor. Please stand for the jury.
Tell them
Okay,
the plan.
let's do that. Okay, have a seat. Here's one thought I have is we would meet tomorrow, I don't know, 9 or 10, 9 o'clock maybe, and go over jury instructions, get arguments on the record. I'll finalize them. We're prepared to make the number of copies that we need for everybody, probably extra copies for each of you. 16, put them in notebooks. Thinking of having them come back maybe 1:30, 2 o'clock tomorrow, just for the reading of the instructions. And then releasing them. This is just a suggestion. And then start with closing arguments first thing Friday morning at 8 o'clock. I have not decided on the time yet. To be honest with you, I'm torn between 2 and 2.5 hours for each side. May not make a big difference, but I understand the gravity. And so it's somewhere between 2 and 2.5 hours. It's my intention to go through both closings and then break for lunch, get through them, starting at 8 until we'll take a couple breaks, but there will not be a lunch break between the two closing arguments. So they may, and I would warn them ahead of time, lunch may be as late as 2 o'clock. We'll provide them breakfast Friday morning, 7:30. That's my suggestion and thought at this point. Ms. Harold.
Your Honor, I'm concerned that time-wise, that's not going to work. We anticipate at least a half day of argument tomorrow. If we start at 9 o'clock tomorrow, that puts us at noon. It's going to take a lengthy period of time to make the copies, as it always does. I really am asking the court to allow the jury hear the instructions and then closing arguments. I think it's very important that there is that continuity throughout that. And I think we can still manage all of that on Friday by 2 p.m. with the court's other plan. I get it will take some time to read the instructions, but I think we can take a short break after the instructions, have closings, take another break and go through and take lunch. I think the other thing, when the court talks about the timing of the length, it would also be nice as the parties to have some time to put our thoughts together for closing. And if we're going to rush through all of this tomorrow, that's going to be very difficult. And so to give the parties time to have a couple hours tomorrow after the instructions have been decided, because we are asking for the law to be provided to this jury and the district attorney's objecting on a number of instructions. And that's going to impact my closing, to be frank with you, of what instructions I can and cannot use, appreciating I can still argue them because it's the law.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. This may not come as a surprise, but I actually had hoped for the opposite. My initial thought was that we could come in tomorrow at whatever time the court wants, do the jury instructions. Hopefully that would be done within 2 hours or so. Then make copies and have the readings and closings tomorrow afternoon. I think that's actually reasonable. However, the way the court's laid out, your suggested plan, I think makes sense. So if the court wants to have jury instruction conference starting at 9 a.m., even if we go as long as Ms. Harold has just said, and a half day takes us to noon, I don't think it's going to take that long. I think a lot of where we disagree, and not to oversimplify it, but a lot of where we disagree is the defense asking for certain instructions and us asking the court to follow Colgi. A lot of it's going to come down to whether we use Colgi or whether the court determines something exceptional is warranted here. Under the court's plan, we would then start closing statements, first thing Friday morning. The people are already ready to do closings. We don't need more time to prepare. And I would love to see us get closings done Friday morning at the latest, so the jury has a significant amount of time to actually deliberate before they go home for the weekend. I think that's important. I don't want to do closings and have them just leave.
I don't either, and I don't think the defense does as well.
That, of course not, but that's not going to happen. I am not going to talk to the jury for 2.5 hours. I promised the court that. I asked for an hour. And so, that is my anticipation. And the law was talked about at length in jury selection, the concerns of the confusion of the law, the confusion about of insanity. And this court assured this jury they're going to get the law and be able to understand the law. And I think it's important that they are hearing the law right before we go into closing argument. Additionally, I think it is fair to say, I want to know what instructions are going to the jury before I have to give my closing.
Okay,
Your Honor, I'm sorry.
go ahead.
The only other thing I wanted to add that I didn't touch on yet, does the court contemplates 2 or 2.5 hours? I would just highlight for the court, we have 55 counts that we have to cover with the jury and all the issues around insanity, given the court's role in this trial, but also your experience. I'm not going to belabor the point. We had asked for 3. I think if the court can give us 2.5, that'll allow us time to cover all the evidentiary, factual, and legal issues that we have to do to prove the case.
Okay. With that, then, this is what we'll do. Meet tomorrow. Actually, I need to go through the instructions more thoroughly myself before we meet. So we'll meet at 10 tomorrow. And work as long as we need to get them set. Make copies. I'll read the instructions starting Friday morning at 8, 2.5 hours for closing. Given what Ms. Harold just said, I think that still puts us at a reasonable time with a couple of breaks for them to start deliberating between 2 and 3 for a couple of hours.
The only additional thing I was going to ask, Your Honor, if the court would allow me to waive Mr. Alissa's appearance tomorrow for the jury instruction conference.
That would be fine. And then also, would you both be willing to waive the recording of the reading of the jury instructions? Because I can read a bit faster and that gets us a little bit more time Friday morning if you're willing to do that.
That's fine with the people, Your Honor.
I'm happy to do that as long as the court turns the FTR on, so we at least have a record, but I don't need the court reporter to do that.
We'll have that as well. We'll waive his appearance for purposes of tomorrow. Yes, sir.
And you'll be instructing the jury, obviously, then that they should not commit.
Yes.
Okay.
And then also, I'll need some guidance from you in terms of the videos that are available for the jurors to view. Some of them are, the interviews themselves are up to 6 hours. If they want to watch those and want to know what your proposal is or thoughts, whether they can do it in here where it's not, they have the screens, be very difficult in the jury room, et cetera. You've been doing trials the last couple of years dealing with everything that's available. So I would want your suggestions.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
All right. We're good. Thank you. Bring in the jury, please.
Thank you.
All right, be seated. Doctor, you remain under oath. Mr. Dunn, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Dr. Lamoureux, I wanted to clarify a very simple point. You agree with every other evaluator that's looked at this case that Mr. Alissa has and had schizophrenia on March 22nd, 2021. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I want to discuss briefly your board certification as it pertains to forensic psychiatry. Okay.
Okay.
Fair to say that that's a large achievement for you.
Yes.
And that's because that's not something that every forensic psychiatrist goes through and accomplishes, right?
Correct. Some don't.
And you were board certified in early 2020, right?
I believe so. Maybe a little bit before that. I think it might have been 2019.
Okay. And you celebrated this achievement in your life by posting to your social media account on Facebook that you, in fact, had become board certified in forensic psychiatry.
Correct.
Doctor, you testified that your primary focus at this stage of your career is doing forensic work, right?
Yes.
Okay. And we've talked about this with the jury before with other witnesses, but quite simply put, that's applying your discipline to the law.
Correct. It's application of the field of psychiatry to legal questions.
And let's be blunt. Private practice does tend to pay better than the public sector does, right?
It typically does.
And would you agree that that's been your experience as well?
Yes.
Okay. And one of the ways that you're able to generate business and obtain clients is to create a high profile for yourself, right?
I don't necessarily say create a high profile for myself, but certainly to put myself out there, maintain presence in different areas where other attorneys might be able to access it.
Well, and you talked about on direct examination how you were sort of consulted with for these more high profile or complex cases, right?
Yes.
Okay. And a good way to sort of generate business and associate your name with high profile cases is by sort of putting your name out there, having it attached, right?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. Doctor, are you familiar with the case of a woman named Lori Vallow?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And is it correct that Miss Vallow's case got some notoriety in the press?
Yes, it did.
In fact, she got the nickname Doomsday Mom.
Correct. Some of the press would use that term.
And that was a case that you were retained to work on?
No, I was not.
You were not retained, okay. But despite that, you did do media hits pertaining to that case, right?
Yes, I was interviewed by a local TV station in Phoenix about some of the issues surrounding that case.
It was the local Fox News station, and you chatted with reporters about that case and your impressions of it, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And that was in April of 2023, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Are you familiar with a case pertaining to a gentleman by the name of Brian Walsh?
Yes,
Okay. Brian Walsh, except there's an E at the end. Is that right, doctor?
I believe so. Yeah, it's WALSH, I think E. But
And earlier in the year 2023, you provided commentary to Fox News regarding that case, right?
yes, I did.
And this time it wasn't just your local Fox affiliate, it was actually the national Fox News affiliate. Or I
Correct.
guess affiliate's not the right word because it's
Right.
Fox News. And at the time, Mr. Walsh, he was accused of killing his spouse, correct?
Correct.
And this was a case in Massachusetts, right?
Yes,
Okay. And Massachusetts is not one of those states that you named where you were licensed to practice medicine, right?
yes, that's correct.
Okay. And I don't believe it's also a state where you mentioned you testified before as an expert.
Correct. I've not testified in Massachusetts.
Okay. So fair assumption then that you did not actually work on that case.
Correct. I did not.
However, you did provide commentary about your impressions and opinions regarding Mr. Walsh's, essentially smile that he made in public, correct?
That's what the article fixated on. Obviously, when you speak to the press, what you talk to them about may not be exactly what they end up putting in the article, but that's certainly what the article fixated on.
And you talked about on direct examination during sort of explaining your expertise that you've actually given presentations relating to your interface with the media, right?
Yes,
So you didn't solely in that case then just render an opinion about a smile which Mr. Walsh made. It sounds like you provided broader commentary to the media, but maybe they only reported a smaller piece of what your commentary was.
correct. In that particular instance, I was really trying to convey that you can't read too much into a smile. I know that the article certainly read a lot into it, but I was trying to tell them that that's something to be avoided. You want to think more broadly than that.
And clearly you're aware of the article that I'm discussing, right?
Yes,
But you didn't only say you can't read too much into a smile in that article, correct?
I did tell the reporter that. I don't know if he included it in the article, though.
Well, you were also attributed with statements in that article pertaining to what, the prosecution might do with that evidence, correct?
Correct.
There's also a case for a gentleman by the name of Brian Koberger. Are you familiar with that case?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And in January of 2023, you provided commentary on that case as well for a national news publication, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that was with Newsweek, I believe. Do I have that correct?
Yes, that was with Newsweek.
And Mr. Koberger was another high profile case at the time, right?
Yes.
Okay. And just to be clear, Ms. Fallow, Ms. Walsh, or Mr. Walsh, excuse me, Mr. Koberger, clearly, particularly with Mr. Walsh, Mr. Koberger, both of those cases were in the national press, right?
Yes, those were both national.
So it's fair to me to characterize those as high profile cases then?
I suppose so, yes.
And Mr. Koberger was accused of stabbing to death 4 University of Idaho students.
Yes.
Okay. And in that article, you explained that your impression and perception was that that was likely a quote thrill kill.
Correct. That was one of the explanations I provided the reporter.
Okay. And it's fair to say that that was very early on in that case that you provided that commentary, right?
Correct.
And again, this happened in Idaho, not one of those states where you're licensed to practice, right?
Correct.
Not one of those states where you testified before, correct?
Correct.
So when you provided that commentary, you had not been retained to work on that case, right?
Exactly. And I think it's important to say that if I were retained on a case, I would not be speaking with the media.
And that case was very early on in its inception, right?
Yes.
But still, you provided that commentary that you did, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you talked about how your commentary was speculative, right?
Correct. I was trying to provide the media with different possible explanations with very little information at the time.
Okay. And that's because you had very little information, right?
Yes, everyone had very little information.
I want to switch gears and talk about cases where you actually were retained to do work on, okay?
Okay.
So in November of 2021, you worked on a case where the person you were evaluating was housed at the Clark County Jail in Las Vegas. Does that sound right to you?
Yes.
And you visited that person that was incarcerated at the Las Vegas County Jail, right?
Well, Clark County Jail, yes.
Clark County, excuse me, sorry. I said Las Vegas County. Las Vegas is pretty much Clark County for
Correct.
those intents and purposes. And you actually posted about that visit on social media, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. And this post had a geolocation, correct?
Correct.
That means that, you know, it says your name was at the Clark County Detention Center in Las Vegas, right?
Correct.
Okay. And with that posting, your comment was, well, that was a fun way to spend the morning, right?
Yes.
So this is a case that you were retained to work on, correct?
Yes.
You were retained in your professional capacity as a forensic psychiatrist to do work on this case, right?
Yes, it was.
And even while you're working on that case, you're making a post to your social media accounts that quite frankly is somewhat disparaging of the person that you just met with, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
Well,
What's your-
I can just break down the question, Judge.
Okay.
Yeah. So you were retained to work on that case, right?
Yes.
And you, while you're working on that case, you're making a comment on your social media about it, right?
No, that's not correct.
Well, you posted on Facebook, Ian Lamrou is at Clark County Detention Center, Las Vegas, correct?
Correct.
And your comment was, well, that was a fun way to spend the morning, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Lamrou, or Dr. Lamrou, I'm so sorry about that. I apologize. You were retained by the prosecution on a case in Houston, Texas as well, correct?
Yes.
And that was just last year.
Yes.
And is it fair for me to characterize the case of A.J. Armstrong as a high-profile case as well?
It seemed high profile within the jurisdiction of Houston. I don't necessarily. I suppose it got picked up by national outlets. I suppose that's fair after that.
Well, and you were retained to testify as an expert for the prosecution in what was actually the third trial of that young man, right?
Correct. I also testified in the second trial.
And A.J. Armstrong was a young man accused of killing his parents, correct?
Correct.
And at the time when he was accused of that, he was 16 years old, right?
Yes.
And you were retained as a prosecution expert for the second and third trials, correct?
Yes.
Because the first trial ended in a hung jury, right?
Yes.
Okay. And ultimately, with your testimony, the prosecution was able to secure their conviction in that third trial.
Yes. In the third trial, he was convicted.
And then in this case, you were retained by the prosecution in February of 2024, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you testified that you were paid around $150,000. Is that right?
Yes.
And Dr. Lamrou, would it sound correct to you if the prosecution, the Boulder District Attorney's Office, signed your retainer agreement on February 14th, 2024?
Yes, that would sound correct.
Okay. And then that on June 7th, 2024, you submitted an invoice for $56,250.
Yes, that sounds correct.
Okay. And then 3 weeks later, you submitted another invoice for $13,850.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And then in August of 2024, you submitted an invoice for $72,550.
Yes, that sounds correct.
Okay. So my math is then that as of August 13th, 2024, the Boulder District Attorney's Office had paid you $152,650 for the retained work that you did for them in this case. Is that right?
Yes, trusting your math, that's correct. I didn't do it in my head, so.
Well, I would say never trust my math. I'm a lawyer, not a mathematician. But that is based on the invoices that the district attorney's office received from you. Does that sound right?
Yes, that sounds right.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. I'm not the one who should be doing math either, but I think that comes to 142.
Oh, I'm sorry. That retainer that was non-refundable that the DA signed for you originally in February, that was $10,000, right?
So that's an important point, is that the retainer is refundable, meaning if I don't exceed it, then it will be refunded, whatever balance remains at that point.
Thank you for that clarification. And it wasn't refunded in this case.
Correct.
And they then paid you $152,650 for your retained work on this case.
Well, I believe we just clarified it was $142,000.
Well, I think with the retainer, okay, we can do the math again. That's fine. Let's take it slow. Let's get this right. $10,000 in February, correct?
Correct.
Okay. $56,250 as of June 7th.
Correct.
So 10,000 plus 56,250, that puts us at $66,250, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then another $13,850 on June 28th, 2024.
Yes.
Okay. And then finally in August, $72,550.
Yes.
Okay. So again, my math is that totaled $152,650. Does that sound accurate?
It sounds accurate.
Okay. And you testified earlier that you were paid over 150,000, right?
Correct. I believe it was approximately 150,000.
And that's not the sort of summer fee that, you're going to misremember. It's a significant amount of money, right?
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Lamoureux, as you discussed on direct examination, you never met with Mr. Alissa.
Correct.
And as you're testifying, you're not doing this for free, are you?
No.
You're being paid as well for your time, your efforts, travel, expenses to come testify here at trial as well.
Correct. I'm being compensated for my time.
Thank you, doctor. I have no further questions.
Redirect.
Just very briefly, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Have I been pronouncing your name wrong? Is it Lamoureux or Lamoureux?
It's Lamoureux, but it's I accept that people mispronounce it.
No, go ahead. Worried that I mispronounced it. So you've been asked and entrusted to work on major cases by defense attorneys.
Yes, I have.
You've been asked and entrusted to work on major cases by prosecutors.
Yes.
And you've been asked and entrusted to comment on major cases by media throughout the United States.
Yes, I have.
Sorry, just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
When we talk about the work you did in this case, are there 70 pages of your report that documents the different sources of information that you looked at?
That sounds correct to me. Yep.
And by that, I mean all the treatment records and doctor's notes.
Yes, that's part of them for sure.
All the FBI trajectory photos,
Yes.
all the FBI evidence response team,
Sure.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, I was just going to say correct.
All the Boulder Police Department interviews.
Yes.
When I say interviews, I'm not going to read these all, but these are everybody who you're aware of that was inside the King Supers that day who was interviewed by law enforcement, whether or not they testified here at trial. I mean, over 100 people.
That's correct.
And the video recordings of those interviews.
Yes.
All the police department reports, not only from Boulder PD and from the FBI, but from police departments all throughout the metro area. You reviewed each and every one of those.
Yes, I did.
All the investigative reports from the Colorado Bureau of Investigation that did a significant amount of follow-up work, starting on that day, but in the days that followed as well.
Yes, I reviewed those documents as well.
You reviewed all the video that had been collected in this case.
Yes.
Whether or not it was used here in front of this jury, you reviewed video, for example, from Moe's Bagels,
Yes.
video from the crime scene,
Yes.
looked at school records,
Yes.
records from different businesses in the area and businesses related to this case.
Yes.
There's a lot of pages of search warrants. You've reviewed all the search warrants in this case, and there were many, many search warrants.
Yes, there were.
You also reviewed all the autopsy reports, and by reports, I mean not just the diagram, but the actual typed reports that go on for pages about each victim who the defendant killed.
Yes, I reviewed all of that, as well as the photographs associated with each autopsy.
And that was my next question. You reviewed all the autopsy photos for each one of the victims.
Yes, I did.
You watched the drone video from King Supers parking lot.
Yes.
You basically, I'm not going to go on any longer. 70 pages in your binder here. You reviewed everything that the prosecution had, everything the defendant, defense had been provided in this case that was connected in any way to this investigation or prosecution.
That's the impression I got based on my review.
Based on your review, you determined the defendant was sane on March 22nd, 2021.
Yes, I did.
Dr. Lamoureux, I have no further questions for you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ron.
All right, thank you. Sir, you are excused, free to go, released from your security.
Thank you very much, Your
Thank
Honor.
you. Any other witnesses on rebuttal? Mr. Dougherty?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Right. All right, so here is how the next 2 days are going to look. Tomorrow, you do not need to report for jury service. We're going to spend the day putting together the law that I talked to you about when we first came, and I said you'll be instructed from the court. It's going to take us a bit of time to do that. So rather than have you come in, sit and wait or whatever, we've all agreed that the best course of action is take the day off tomorrow. Most importantly, follow the admonition all day tomorrow, moving forward, any breaks. And I'm going to read it to you once I release you. Friday morning, have you report at 8 o'clock start. We will have breakfast for you because it is an early start. So please come as early as 7:30 or before 7:30. Grab a bite to eat. Court will start at 9. Starting at 9, I'll be reading you the jury instructions. That's going to, yes,
8 o'clock.
8 o'clock. Sorry. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, 8 o'clock. So starting at 8 o'clock, I will begin reading the jury instructions to you. We'll go to closing arguments. It's going to be rather long morning because I want to get through all of the closing arguments before you break for lunch. So we'll take a couple of breaks during them, but lunch will probably be sometime between 2 and 3 in the afternoon. We'll make sure you have plenty of snacks. But that's the plan, and you'll start your deliberations Friday afternoon after the closing arguments. All right, so with that, we're going to recess. We're going to remind you that until the trial is completed, you must not discuss this case with anyone by any means. This includes members of your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors, or anyone else. If someone approaches you and tries to discuss the trial with you, let me know about it immediately and tell them to stop. You must not read or listen to any news reports of the trial. You must not consult any outside reference materials, any kind of research, do anything on the internet. Remember, it is especially important that you do not form or express any opinion on the case until it is finally submitted to you. So we'll see you sometime Friday morning to get an 8 o'clock start with the jury instructions. All right, thank you all very much.